Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of the draft. Houston Texans will be on the clock soon, you would think. Unless Nick Caserio decides to do Nick Caserio things, which could definitely happen. But yeah, Houston Texans are slated to pick at 38 right now. That is the 6th selection in the second round. A lot of good players still on the board here. And yeah, I think it's going to be a good day. I think we have a lot of opportunities to continue to get very solid players. Yeah, I am super excited to be back for another stream. Just make sure we're all good here. I believe we are. Man, what a roller coaster it's been, especially for me. But here's to a good round 2 of the NFL draft. In 12 minutes, we will take off and get started. Still a lot of good players. A lot of D tackles on the board. Pretty much every D tackle you could think of except for Caleb Banks and Peter Woods. Caden McDonald's still there. Christian Miller's still there. A lot of safeties fell as well. A couple corners fell. And then obviously, you've got your guards, which I'd assume we're not in the market for anymore. Although obviously Nick Caserio said that they're still going to consider it and it could still happen. I don't think they go offensive line again, though. Receiver, if you want to pick a receiver early, there's that option. There hasn't been a linebacker that's been picked outside of Sonny Styles and Arvell Reese. So you could think about C.J. Allen here early. You could think about Jacob Rodriguez here early. Pretty much whatever linebacker they pick, if they pick one, I'm going to be fine with because it's D'Amico Ryans, and I think he deserves that, to say the very least. But, yeah. Hamza says Miller or McPounder at 38. McPounder, I believe, is Caden McDonald's nickname, which is awesome. I'm a big Christian Miller guy. I think Miller is more of a pass rusher. I think he's more versatile, and I think he fits the scheme better. Caden McDonald, or McPounder, I should say. Sorry. McPounder's good at stopping the run, but he's not going to give you much in terms of pass rush. And he's going to two-gap, right? He's just going to be a nose tackle that two-gaps. That's all I see him as. So I would go Christian Miller. If they select Christian Miller, the Rutledge pick is fine. It's all good. But if they do something questionable, we'll see if I survive. I might not. I don't know. See if I survive. Also, if you're a Rockets fan, rest in peace. Series over. Kevin Durant's out with the ankle sprain. I'll get the Rockets game up. The Rockets game starts at 7, I believe. So that sucks, but it's embarrassing, and they need to – that's a whole different conversation. I don't know if you guys keep up with the Rockets at all, but embarrassment of a franchise right now. Orange Hoof says linebacker would be a good choice. I agree. I don't love linebacker early in the second. I would much rather pick a linebacker with that later second-round pick or third-round pick, whatever it is, second-round pick, right? Because, well, they traded it, so now I can't remember where they picked. But, yeah, I think there's a lot of good linebackers in this class. So, again, I don't need to pick an early linebacker because there's so many that are good. But, again, if D'Amico Ryans picks a linebacker, I'm not going to complain. He's earned that right for sure. I'm trying to think of what other sneaky position could sneak in there. Tight end. Maybe they go an early tight end. I still think that tight end 2 need is pretty substantial there. So you'd be thinking about a Max Clare, Sam Roush, Eli Stowers. They could go center, although it feels like Rutledge is playing center. That's what it feels like. And backup corner feels more like a later, maybe a day 3 thing, maybe a third round thing. Not sure. Both are higher floor than Peter Woods, but also lower ceiling. 100%. 100% agree with that. 100%. And we're talking about McPounder and Miller. Gurish says Ime out. Dude, Ime is offensively blind. the rotations he puts out there are so defensive focused. It's like he forgets that the Rockets have to score points. And when they double team Durant, he collapses. Like the whole team collapses. It's sickening that they have to depend on a 37-year-old that much to run their offense. And it's not like Durant's a good decision maker. And again, he shouldn't be. He's good at what he does. Jump shooter, get to his spot. But you're asking him to run the offense through a double team. It just gets dicey. Unfortunately, I don't know it. Like, it wouldn't shock me if the Rockets won tonight, just because I feel like the Lakers are bound to drop a game. No Luka, no Reeves, for God's sake. But yeah, I mean, I hope they win this game, because if they don't win this game, we might be talking about Şengün to Milwaukee conversations. Like, those conversations are going to be loud. So Hamza says Rockets are getting spanked tonight. It is what it is. I've accepted it. I have too, man. I was extremely disappointed game one. I was livid game two. And now that Durant's out, I am kind of just, yeah, it's time to blow the whole thing up. It's time to get some real playmakers, some real jump shooters. I mean, there's not a single Rocket that can create his own shot outside of Thompson, Şengün, and Durant. I guess you could say Reed, but he's more of like a, open three-pointer shot, or maybe like drive-in jump shooter. But yeah, they're going to need to blow it up. They're going to need to get some actual competent pieces so that it's not Durant 1v5ing everyone. Also, when we get near to when the Rockets pick, I'm not going to be checking the chat just because I don't want to get spoiled. So obviously when that comes up, I'll let you guys know though. But day 2 of the draft starts in 6 minutes. I believe it's 7 minutes, right? It's 7 minutes in the second round per pick, and then I think it's 5 minutes in the third round. I could be wrong on that, but it's a decreasing number for sure. Nick says, what do you mean by blow it up? New coach and GM? Nick, I mean, like, there's going to be real conversations for Şengün to Milwaukee for Giannis. Like, I'm not saying I would want that. I'm not saying I would. Like, I don't know how you can defend Şengün. I mean, Şengün's supposed to be a 2-time All-Star, and the dude can't score against Jackson Hayes and DeAndre Ayton. It's absolutely sickening. Again, I don't think they're going to get rid of Ime. I think Ime stays. They just extended him, I think, in terms of contractually. But you're going to have to figure out what to do with Tari Eason. You're going to have to figure out what to do with Şengün if he stays. I don't want to give up on him. Like, that's not what I'm trying to say. But how can you defend a 2-time All-Star who can't score on Jackson Hayes and DeAndre Ayton? Şengün needs a 40 ball. Şengün needs multiple 40 balls to damage control his situation right now, because it's absolutely sickening. He's supposed to be the best player on the floor, and he's not. LeBron's the best player by a mile. It's not even close. I mean, if anything, this just furthers the GOAT debate for LeBron, honestly. Orange Hoof says there's always the Astros. If the Astros can stay healthy, man. If the Astros can stay healthy, there's always the Astros. Your Dawn is a freaking monster. You're witnessing greatness every time you see Yordan Alvarez come to the plate. 100%. 100%. Living Memorial says, how many picks do we have today? Why don't I know this off the top of my head? I really should. Why don't I just pull it up? So we picked 2 in the second round, right? And then 1 in the third round. Yeah, so 2 in the second round. And then 1 in the third round. Yeah, 91. Yeah, because of the trade. That's why I didn't have it right. So 2 second-round picks, and then we have 91 in the third round for a total of 3 picks. Obviously, I expect Nick Caserio to move around. I don't think it's going to stay like that. War Daddy brings up a very good question. Do I feel any better about the Rutledge pick yet? I would say watch my past video. I'm not going to make you do that, though. I'll just tell you. So the thing with Rutledge is I still don't believe he was a first-round talent, but I understand why they drafted him. Again, I really like the player. I just don't like the position and how he got to the team. And even if he plays center, it's like, why are we drafting a center in the first round? That's not really, what you want to see. So the best case scenario for Rutledge is he starts at center, plays alongside Wyatt Teller and Ed Ingram, and then he becomes the team's long-term guard. That's the best case scenario for Rutledge. Again, I really like him as a player. The dude got drafted in a freaking Pop-Tarts Bowl shirt. That's elite. He was watching the draft on a 41-inch TV with folding chairs for his family. Like, that's what I want my lineman to be like. I mean, that dude doesn't care about anything except ball, bro. Like, he showed up to the stadium today, and he told D'Amico, he's like, I don't have any nice clothes, man. I had one pair of boots. Love it. Absolutely love it. So, here's my theory, though. My theory is the Houston Texans had such a bad taste in their mouth with how Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil were, those two personalities. We all know Laramie Tunsil, Titus Howard, not exactly self-starters, care about contracts, care about themselves, honestly, maybe don't want to put in the work as much. So I think the Texans had such a bad taste in their mouth on that end, they completely 180'd and got the dirtiest, nastiest mofo they could find in the draft. And that is Rutledge. I mean, that's what he is. I still think Pregnon's better right now. If you want to tell me that Rutledge is 3 years younger or whatever, and he has more room to develop, sure, I could buy that. I guess I could buy that. And if you want to tell me he's playing at center and he's versatile, I can buy that as well. Again, I just don't think he's a first-round talent, but I understand all the intangibles and the athleticism is there. So I get why they did it. I would have preferred Peter Woods still, and I'll stand by that. Let's see. At least they are finally addressing the O-line. But they already did. That's the thing. Like, they had Braden Smith. They had Wyatt Teller. Rutledge is literally Wyatt Teller. Like, Rutledge's ceiling is Wyatt Teller. Wyatt Teller was a 2-time Pro Bowler, right? Like, that's a high ceiling. So they already addressed the O-line. That's why I was hoping they were going to get some badass D tackle. And there's still some on the board, sure. That's why I'm saying let's wait and hold the verdict on the draft, obviously. I'm just talking about the first pick. But they already addressed offensive line. If you want to tell me they finally got a long-term offensive line solution in the interior, sure, of course. I was just expecting something different. I was expecting a different direction. War Daddy says, I saw 3 teams try trading up to get Rutledge and why we gave what we had to move up with the Bills. One thing I will say is I respect D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio. They had their guy, and they went and got him. I respect that. I'd rather my GM, find a guy he likes and go say, fuck that 4th-round pick. I don't want the 4th round. Fuck them picks. I respect that. Go get the guy you want. I like it. So was it pricey? Sure, but if they had to do it, they had to do it. I like that. Don't be like San Francisco and trade out all the way to the top of the second, man. Don't do that. So I respect it. Hamza says, I get what you're saying. I think they just really wanted the culture fit after Golden and Donovan Jackson got sniped right before our pick. Yeah, I'm sure last year had something to do with it, where Donovan Jackson goes right before, and now they're screwed, right? And they end up having to take Ursary, phenomenal pick. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Something else that had me thinking it's a good pick. Most of the people's top 15 players still available. 12 of them are defensive players. Yeah, D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio could just be completely on a whole another level. I know they did this. They probably had a guess for how many defensive players were going to go in the first round. They probably felt good about the leftover players in the second. Like I said earlier, there's a lot of good D tackles you could take in the second round. So they probably planned it out like that. And again, they had to have thought that Rutledge was their highest guard. I mean, I still think Vega's better. I still think Mauino is better. Like, I don't think anyone can argue that Rutledge is better than Vega Ioane. There's no freaking way. But when you talk about culture, I don't know. I still think Vega's a good culture fit too, though. I think from where they were picking, the best guard for them was Rutledge. Obviously, they had him above Pregnon, Besantis. Like, what are we even talking about? So, Orange Hope says, not exactly self-starters. Talking about my comment on Howard and Tunsil. See, but I respect Tunsil. Because Tunsil didn't give a damn about the team, but he was good. Like, he was cold. I guess he had the penalties, so that sucks. Like, take it with a grain of salt. But at least he was cold. Howard tried to be like Tunsil, but Howard wasn't good enough to be like Tunsil. Like, only Tunsil could be Tunsil because he's cold. I mean, I'm sorry. He's one of the best left tackles in the league. Maybe not with the penalties, but, I mean, he's up there. So, yeah, I mean, complete culture reset. Complete culture overhaul. I get it. They want to be swarm. They want the O-line to be swarm. I get it. I understand it. I just want him to be a good football player. Like, I care about that more than anything else. I don't care if you paint your nails, dude. If you're gonna give up 0 sacks, I don't care, dude. Do whatever you want to do. So that's my philosophy on that. Wyatt Teller has had injuries that past few years. No, if he gets injured, Rutledge could just slide to left guard. Yeah, sure. Wyatt Teller's been injured as well. He also had a down year in Cleveland, but I just think Cleveland, I just think the situation was terrible. Like, if you're Wyatt Teller and your team can't figure out the Shedeur Sanders situation, like, they said he was injured. I think he was injured, and then I think he just didn't come back. Like, I think he just wouldn't play. That's my philosophy on that. I think it was just a weird situation. I think another thing I found out is I'm a lot higher on Wyatt Teller than I think a lot of Texans fans, because I see Wyatt Teller as like a Rutledge. Like, I see them like, that's why I was confused with the pick. But the draft is starting at 6:02. The commissioner's on. He's talking, giving his speech or whatever. I'm not going to listen to it. I'll just wait for the first pick. But yeah. If we got Miller or McDonald at 38, then it will match most people's mock drafts, just switching out where you picked them. Exactly. If they get Christian Miller at 38, I'm a happy man. We're back, baby. We're back. And again, the Rutledge pick is not terrible. Don't get me wrong. It's just when I'm predicting something for so long and it doesn't happen, I'm salty, man. I'm salty. Nick says, D'Amico got sick of watching us get stonewalled on 3rd and 1. Look, CJ Stroud, if you're watching this, you have zero excuse, because this team signed 2 free agent offensive linemen who are good at run blocking. They drafted a really good run blocker, and they traded for David freaking Montgomery to put ahead of Woody Marks. CJ Stroud has no excuse. We're going to figure out if CJ Stroud's the guy or not this year. And we might like what we see. We might not, but we're going to see it. And we're going to see if CJ Stroud can be that guy. And hopefully they can pass block well enough, because pass blocking is not exactly the strong suit of Rutledge or even Teller or Smith or Ingram. They're like, it's like run blocking oriented first. But hey, it is what it is. Texan Tangent says that's the problem. To be an O lineman all about himself defies the concept. 100% agree. 100% agree. But at the same time, if you're a left tackle and you're getting put on an island anyway, like, that's the one O-line position where, like, just let me do my thing, man. Like, I'm shutting down TJ Watt. I'm shutting down Trey Hendrickson. I'm shutting down, like, we can't take for granted how good Laramie Tunsil was despite the penalties. And again, I'm all for the Laramie Tunsil trade. Get his ass out of here, dude. The 19 penalties was unacceptable. Get his ass out of here. So yeah, I'm not trying to say we shouldn't have traded Tunsil. I like the trade. I was an advocate for it. Yeah, Hamza bringing up the Rutledge run blocking factor. 100% agree. Let's see who San Francisco picks here. Because if San Francisco picks Emmanuel Pregnon, we know they settled. If they take Chase Bisontis, then we know for sure they wanted Rutledge and traded back. So I think this San Francisco 49ers pick actually has huge implications for Texans fans, because let's see who the hell they wanted and if they're actually sticking with offensive line. Orange Hoof says, are Steelers fans booing the Make-A-Wish kid again tonight? Dude, I'm so glad someone else saw that, man. That had me... Okay. I was going to say, it had me laughing. I was going to say it had me dying. That's bad. Time out. It was a bad look for the NFL, okay? I know you want to boo the commissioner. If he's standing next to a Make-A-Wish kid, please don't boo him, bro. I get it, but don't do that, man. You got to have some class. My hot take, this will most likely be CJ and Nico's last year on the team. That is scorching hot. I think they can figure out a deal with Nico. I think CJ is more likely to go than Nico. We know teams have been calling in about Nico, but I don't know. I think CJ is more likely to be gone than Nico, honestly. And I want both of them. Let me be clear. I want both. I'm just saying, if I had to pick one. Nick says, if your run game's rocking, your pass game's easier. I agree, dude. The way I see it is D'Amico Ryans, and I made this point earlier in the offseason, D'Amico Ryans in his head is going, my defense should have gone to the Super Bowl. So I don't care about any of these picks going to my defense. Figure the offense out. That's what D'Amico Ryans is saying. He literally said that on their Instagram. He was like, finally, we got some toughness on the offense. That's literally what he said. Like, he said that word for word, bar for bar. He's like, finally, my offense is tough. I'm like, damn, coach. Okay. Putting some pressure on the offense. I like it, though. That's why I'm saying, go pick some offensive players, maybe. I don't know. Figure out what they do, but be interesting, man. Be interesting to see. Is San Francisco trying to trade out of this pick? Because they're taking quite a while. And it's not like they've probably gotten calls all night for this pick. So I'm curious to see what San Francisco does. Again, if they take Pregnon, then you really know they were after Rutledge, although we can probably infer that already. But at least we'd know. Yeah, Hamza brings up a good point as well. If you need a quarterback, 2027 is the year to get a quarterback. If you have to move on from CJ Stroud because he throws 4 picks and a half again in the playoffs and wastes another Super Bowl caliber defense, trade him, get a first-round pick, go pick a quarterback because 2027 is the year. Yeah, I'd say like 7 or 8 quarterbacks could go in the first round. It's absolutely bonkers, and someone's going to think they can fix CJ Stroud. Again, in a perfect scenario, he gets the extension. He's back to 2023. We're having a great time. We're laughing. We're jolly. We win a Super Bowl, for Christ's sake, this year. That would be awesome. But, yeah, I'm just saying, if you have to be thinking about these things if you're a GM, so the fans should be thinking about it too. War Daddy says, I just don't see Nico taking another $20 million year. Yeah, he's not doing that. They're going to have to pay him. That's the thing. They're going to have to pay Nico if they want to keep him. He is on a ridiculously cheap deal right now, and that's why teams are calling. Teams are like, hey, Nick, are you going to give Nico a restructured contract? Because you're stealing from that man. And I don't know what Nick Caserio said, but the thing is, if Nico Collins leaves, and assuming Tank Dell is just unhealthy, can't stay healthy, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Knoll, that's your 1A and 1B. So that's why, if they draft a receiver, your theory becomes a lot more probable, War Daddy. I'm going to call you War. I can't say the second word. War Actual. If they actually draft a receiver, your theory makes a hell of a lot more sense. Because then they're starting to think about life without Nico Collins. And again, that's what happens when you spend $150 million on Will Anderson and $40 million on Danielle Hunter. You have to start making cuts somewhere. So Nick says, how many games do you think Tank Dell plays this year? I don't even know if Tank Dell is going to be ready for week 1. So assuming they ease him in, let's say he misses the first 3 weeks. So that's 14 games max. That's assuming he doesn't get injured. That's assuming he can make the team over Hutch and Knoll. That's why I just want everyone to pump the brakes on the Tank Dell, Okay, the 49ers pick is in, so they're about to give that. But yeah, I think as fans, we owe it to Tank Dell. I'm not doubting him. I'm just saying, dude, your knee, barely existed. It's bad. So let's just all pump the brakes. It seems like San Francisco wanted to trade this pick, but the pick is in. They finally selected. Is this going to be like Pregnon or Basantis or something? Also, please, no spoilers in the chats. I would really appreciate that. The 49ers are on the phone with their pick. Hypothetical, would you rather keep Nico or Lassiter? I'd keep Lassiter. I'd keep Lassiter for sure. But if you keep Lassiter, do you have to say goodbye to Stingley? That's the other thing. Are you going to be able to repay Stingley by the time you need to pay Lassiter? Probably not. Someone's got to go. Look at what the Chiefs just did with McDuffie, right? Chiefs had to move on from McDuffie, had to go get another corner. It's possible. Yeah, I think Hamza brings up a great point. No other team can say they have 2 cornerback ones. Kamari Lassiter is the most underrated corner in the league, and it's not even close. You could argue Kamari Lassiter played better than Derek Stingley last year because they always targeted him. They just never threw to Stingley because he was the reigning all-pro corner. So they threw at Lassiter, and Lassiter was just as good. Lassiter is probably their best pick in terms of just pure diamond in the rough. Because everyone was saying he was too slow and his 40 time was trash and whatever. Dude, Lassiter is an all-pro level corner that you have opposite a literal all-pro. It's insane. That's why, again, whatever D'Amico Ryans wants to do on defense, I'm just going to nod and shake my hand and nod up and down because he's earned that right. All right, here's the first pick.
What's up, Pittsburgh? I just want to say it's awesome to be back in my college hometown. It was an honor to play here for 4 years, and I just want to thank the 49ers for this opportunity. I want to give a shout out to the 49er faithful, the best fans in the NFL. With the 33rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Deshaun Stribling, wide receiver, Ole Miss.
Yeah, this dude got some helium late in the process. He went to the combine and ran a
Wow. Deshaun Stribling. What were the odds on that? Someone tell me what the odds were on that, because, I mean, I didn't have him that high. Wow. Over Denzel Boston? Over Jeremy Bernard? I mean, yeah, this is why we watch the draft, right? This is why we watch the draft. Interesting. Interesting. Hamza, I'm watching the actual stream on NFL Network. And then I think there's a delay on the stream as well, which is why it's probably showing up later. So yeah, you can catch my reaction. You'll probably know who the pick is before I do, but you can catch my reaction after. I just try not to get spoiled. I didn't even see. See, this is why I don't look at the chat, because I'm the type of guy to read Hamza saying Diego Pavia is a 49er. And no, I wouldn't believe that. Come on. What are we doing? If Pavia gets drafted, you know what? Good for him. If he gets drafted, good for him, honestly. Okay, no trades yet. It's Arizona, Buffalo, Vegas, the Giants, and Houston. 49ers have Mike Evans, Pearsall, Kirk, and now they're drafting another one at 33. Yeah, Kirk, I don't know how impactful he's going to be, and Pearsall can't stay healthy. So, I mean, you got to trust. I mean, anyone in that system is going to be good. So you just got to tip your cap to, my God, I'm blanking on the head coach's name. Shanahan. You just got to tip your cap to Shanahan and be like, you know, trust that. Okay, Arizona's picking their first pick since Jeremiah Love at 3. That came in quickly. Hamza says he's shocked he had Stribling being a pick we made in round 3. Yeah, it's early. It feels really early for him. Over Denzel Boston's insane, in my opinion. Who are the Cardinals going to take here? Are they going to go offensive line? They probably should. They could go Boston, might be best available. Wow, that's insane. I can't believe Stribling went that high. There's also a bunch of safeties still available and corners. McCoy, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. I'm forgetting a lot, but there's a lot of cornerbacks as well. Caden McDonald for my D-tackle fans. TJ Parker, Cassius Howell, Colton Hood, Pregnon. All right, here we go for the 49ers pick.
With the 34th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Chase Bisontis, guard, Texas A&M.
Chase Bisontis goes over Emmanuel Pregnon. Is it the age? Is it the age at this point, guys? Like, what are we thinking here? The league does not think too highly of Emmanuel Pregnon. I gotta guess it's the age. But this makes the Texans pick look good. This makes the Rutledge pick look good. I'm going to have to eat my words because Chase Bisontis goes at 34. Higher than I would have taken him, but hell, I mean, I wouldn't have taken Rutledge at 26. So this makes the Rutledge pick look better. I'm good on A&M guards. I think I'm good. Honestly, I think I'm good on A&M guards. I also really don't like Bisontis. So I would much rather have Rutledge than Bisontis. But I'm shocked Pregnon's falling this low. It must just be an age thing. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, he's what, a 6-year senior or 5th-year senior or whatever? That's got to be the age. All right, Bills are on. The Bills haven't picked yet because they traded back 3 times out of the first round. So the Bills are looking for their first selection. Trading back 3 times out of the first round was certainly a choice. I usually don't hate trade backs, but like at some point you got to get your guy, right? So do they just not have anybody they want? Like, I don't know. I got to see who they pick here because we'll see who they settle for. Maybe there's a guy they really like. I'm not sure. Yeah, I didn't hate the Lassiter pick, honestly. It wasn't like my favorite again, but yeah, I can admit when I'm wrong, man. I can admit when I'm wrong. And Besantis going 34. Yeah, the Rutledge pick is guaranteed, not guaranteed, vilified, or whatever the word is. It makes sense. It makes sense. Makes more sense. Buffalo pick is in. Guys, only a couple more picks before Houston's on the clock. Only a couple more picks until your Houston Texans are on the clock. I will not be looking at the chat when we get on the clock just to avoid spoilers as best I can. So keep that in mind. But Buffalo's pick is in. And I don't know why we need to have these 4 or 5 minute monologues on every or after every selection, but it's the NFL, I guess. They got to make their money. Surely they need to make more money. Nick says, I have PTSD from having a terrible O-line for the last decade. Yeah, it never feels like the Texans have been able to figure out their O-line. Never does. I mean, they'll have a good piece, and then the O-line will just be terrible. So good for them for addressing it, because it's a lot easier to operate on really every piece of the puzzle on offense when you have a good offensive line. Bill's pick is in. Someone is walking up to the stage to announce it. Do we know who's announcing the Texans picks? I'm sure it's on their Instagram. I'm not going to look it up, though. All right, Bills.
With the 35th pick in the 2016 draft, the Buffalo Bills select linebacker T.J. Parker from Clemson.
T.J. Parker goes out of Clemson. Yeah, they needed that. They needed a little bit of pass rush, so that makes sense. There goes your first defensive player. Look, T.J. Parker's solid. He's a good pick. I think Texans traded up. Or am I tripping? Am I tripping? Yep, the Texans have moved up. They're selecting now. Yeah, T.J. Parker's an edge. The Texans are up. The Texans have traded up to 36. They gave away 91. So they gave away 91, and they received 117. So they traded 38 and 91 for 36 and 117. They moved up 2 spots. They traded 91 for 117. The Texans are on the clock. Oh, don't give me a heart attack. Let's make this a good pick, right? I think this is Kristen Miller. A tight end here wouldn't be crazy. Oh, we're going to add. So I don't want to look at the chat. Don't spoil it. Yeah, I was going to say the dude announcing said 2016 NFL draft. He said with the 25 overall pick in the 2016 NFL draft. Pick is in for the Texans, guys. Getting the pick in even earlier. Who could this be? Who could we have traded up to 36 for? You got to think it's probably a defensive player that D'Amico Ryans is licking his lips for. Or maybe it's the original theory of let's just push all of our assets into the offense, and D'Amico Ryans is saying, I can make it work with Logan Hall, figure out the offense. So if it's an offensive player, who would it be? You got to think the tight end 2 need is pretty strong. Maybe it's a wide receiver. Could it be Denzel Boston and they get rid of Nico? Ooh, I don't know if fans would like that. Could it be Denzel Boston and they get rid of Nico? Probably not. Could it be Caden McDonald? Could it be Kristen Miller? Again, try not to look at the chat just so I don't get spoiled. Zion Young. There's a lot of really good names, guys. There's a lot of really good names still here. Zion Young, Kristen Miller, Caden McDonald. No way they take Pregnon, right? Get out of here with that. No way they take a running back. Max Clare, Eli Stowers. Yeah, this is interesting, guys. This is interesting. I'm not going to look at the chat because I don't want to get spoiled. I think it could be D-tackle. I think it could be an offensive weapon. Yeah, I'd say D-tackle or offensive weapon is probably what I'm leaning to, unless D'Amico Ryans just really fell in love with an edge or something. But to me, what this feels like is the Houston Texans were sitting there. They were going, okay, we'll watch the first couple of picks. Let's just see if our guy goes. First picks happen. Basantis goes. Stribling goes. And TJ Parker goes. And they're like, shoot, our guy's still there. Let's just go get him. This feels like we like our player. Let's just go get him. Let's not wait on anything else. So I like the Raiders' move as well. Trade back a couple spots, get a higher pick. Why not? But I have to say, Caserio is operating like he is all in. Caserio is operating like he is all in, and he wants to win now. He is aggressively pursuing players that he wants. All right, pick is in, guys. Pick is in. They're showing Caden McDonald. They're showing Caden McDonald. Is it Caden McDonald? He doesn't look super happy, though. Is this old footage? I can't tell. All right, guys. Pick is in. 36. The Texans moved up. They traded 91 for like 117. There's the compensation. Gave up 36 and 117 for 38. Flip that. They gave up 38 and 91 for 36 and 117. Who is it, man? Who is it? Who is it? This has to be Kristen Miller, right? I mean, I just feel like D'Amico loves Kristen Miller. I think Kristen Miller makes the most sense. If it was me, I would be going Kristen Miller, 100%. But if you wanted to go McDonald, I would understand it. If you wanted to go linebacker, it'd be a little harder to swallow, but it's D'Amico, so he gets to do whatever he wants in that aspect. All right, here we go.
Yeah, you can go for one of the big guys. I mean, the defensive tackle board is all there. I've got McDonald as the top one, followed by Lee Hunter and
I'm joined
Kristen
by
Miller.
Billy Miller, original Houston Texan. Scored the first touchdown for the Texans, both in preseason and regular season, for the record. With the 36th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Caden McDonald.
All right.
Defensive tackle, Ohio State.
And now the green room is empty. What a spot to go to, the Houston Texans, as you said, where they need nothing. But he is going to be more than something to be added to that.
Let's go. Good pick.
Give those edge rushers, those
Good
freaks
pick.
on the edge, more opportunity to do what they do best.
Good pick.
Because he's going to handle the run game.
Good pick. Good pick. It makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense, man. Good stuff. Well done. Well done. This is good, man. This is good. So a couple of things here, right? I would have gone Christian Miller. Let me just be very clear. I like Christian Miller more. I think he can get to the quarterback better. That being said, Caden McDonald is by far the best defensive tackle against the run. You cannot run on Caden McDonald. I mean, he is a phenomenal prospect with the highest floor in this draft. He has one of the highest floors in this draft. Caden McDonald is an excellent pick. He probably should have gone in the first round. It's just teams don't really value a two-gapping nose tackle that high because all you do is kind of clog up the run. Like, that's all you do. That being said, he is going to make early downs so good. Because when Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter are getting breathers, you're not going to have to worry about opposing teams running the football down your throat. Caden McDonald's going to clog that up. It's going to turn into 3rd and 7, 3rd and 9. Danielle and Will Anderson are going to get on the field, and they're going to go sack the quarterback. He's crying, man. He's emotional. Love the pick. Absolutely love it. I mean, again, D-tackle was a big need, and, I mean, he is the best run-stopping D-tackle in the freaking draft. We're good. We're back. We're back. We're back. Rutledge and McDonald, you tell me that's what's happening? We're good. Baby, we're back. Never a doubt. Never a doubt. See what the chat's saying, man. Good pick. If they want nasty, why not Zion Young? I like Zion Young. You have two incredible pass rushers already. You need a dude who can stop the run. And, dude, this defense is going to be insane. Like, Caden McDonald takes on double teams like it's nothing. The dude just doesn't go backwards. He's going to have a chip on his shoulder because he didn't get taken in the first round. I think he was the only player left in the green room that didn't go in the first round. He probably feels like a failure. He's going to come in with a chip on his shoulder. He just got put on the best freaking defense in the league. What a pick. I mocked him to the Texans at 28 several times. I mocked a trade down where they select him several times. Great pick. Again, I would have gone Christian Miller, but who am I compared to D'Amico, right? D'Amico knows what he knows. I love the Caden McDonald pick. I love it. I love it. It's good. It's great, and it makes sense. Let's hear the interview.
To have your moment. You just had a long hug with the commissioner. How would you describe this?
Dude, he's crying.
It was emotional, man. I knew I was supposed to be here, and I'm just so blessed. I'm just so thankful. I'm just so emotional. Like, where I came from, now I'm here is a blessing.
It really is so fun to watch you experience this. You know that this Texans defense is a force to be reckoned with. How will you make a day one impact?
Disruptive, making it easier for the DN, and we all go together. We're going to work. I'm ready.
Thank you, Caden.
Appreciate it.
And so now the green room is empty.
I love it. I love that, dude. I love that, man. I mean, just the emotion that he showed, understanding he felt. I mean, I'm telling you, like, you feel like a failure. You know, you're the only first rounder, or excuse me, you're the only person in the green room that didn't get taken in the first round, dude. That's heavy on your heart. He's going to come in with a chip on his shoulder. Mick Pounder is a Houston Texan. Excellent, guys. Texans tangents. The trade was 91 for 117. We received 117. We gave up 91 to go from 38 to 36, if that makes sense. War says McDonald is crying because he knows he's lucky to go to the best defense in the league. Dude, this Texans defense just got so much better. McDonald is the best run stuffer in the class. We're not going to ask him to go rush the quarterback. That's not his strength. It's going to be first and second down. We're going to need him to clog the run lanes, make sure no one gets an inch on us. And then Will and Daniil are going to be on the field. It's going to be like a 3rd and 9. And they are going to be licking their chops. And I don't know how you block them. Again, phenomenal pick. Just phenomenal. I love it. So now if you tell me McDonald went at 26 and Rutledge went at 36, okay, that's fine. Basically just flipped what happened, and we're fine. We're good either way. Excellent first pick of the draft, guys. How are we feeling with McDonald, man? Colton Hood goes to the Giants. Yeah, you wondered how much longer he was going to be on the board. I mean, he's a phenomenal corner. First rounder in a lot of people's eyes, honestly. He's a great player. But, I mean, the real story here is Caden McDonald. Good on the Texans for getting Caden McDonald. Texans Tangent says, I would do that trade all day, especially to jump a team who just released a DT. Yeah, I mean, at that point, there's no reason. There's no reason to even risk him going. Would he have gone to the Giants? I just feel like the Giants have so many defensive linemen there, but I guess, maybe they would have used a run stuffer or whatever. I think it's great, man. It's great. And I love the fact that McDonald was so emotional. I mean, that honestly warms my heart, dude. Like, warms my heart that he was so emotional. He said he knew he belonged, tears down his face. Like, that's great, man. That's great to see. I'm glad the Texans were able to get him out of the green room. He's going to do a lot of dirty work. It's not the flashiest player. It's not the flashiest position. But, I mean, you're hoping he's like Vita Vea, right, in that nose tackle spot. And someone who just commands so much attention in the run game that offenses have to double team him. And it's going to make it so much easier for the linebackers. He's going to make it so much easier to get to 3rd and longs because he's going to stuff the run. The linebackers are going to their jobs are easier now because they got this dude who's wider than a door frame taking up 2 gaps. Yeah, excellent pick. Not going to hit on that at all. Cal Cologne says, "Oh snap, I'm utterly terrified for the rest of the league." Yeah, I mean, how do you feel comfortable playing this Texans team? I mean, forget the offense. If I'm an opposing quarterback and I see Caden McDonald come on first down and my run goes nowhere and I've got Will and Daniil on either side of me, yeah, no, that's wraps. That's wraps. Excellent pick. Better, something a lot of people overlook. As a effing one tech, he had 65 tackles. That is unheard of from nose tackles. I think there's pass rush ability there, and Miko will unlock it. Raiders are picking, and I'll get to that. What I'll say about McDonald is this. I don't think he's ever going to be a phenomenal pass rusher, but if there was someone who could turn him into a pass rusher, it would be D'Amico Ryans. 100%. 100%. Like, if he's going to go one-on-one with dudes because they're commanding so much attention to the edges, I could see him winning his one-on-one. Like, if it's him against a center and the guards have to chip or something, yeah, it's wraps. I mean, he's just a big dude, man. Like, he's such a big body. Like, he jumps out on tape because he's wider than a door frame. Wow, Traden Stukes goes to the Raiders. Yeah, excellent pick. Traden Stukes was a guy that I really wanted to see us draft because I felt like he could be the perfect backup or successor to Jalen Petrie. But yeah, I mean, he's really good. I think Stukes can be a great nickel. If you want to put him at safety, true safety, that's fine. Stukes is a great pick as well. Yeah, that goes back to the earlier point. Like, I'm going to give D'Amico Ryans the benefit of the doubt with his defensive selections because he's earned it. I mean, it's the best defense in the goddamn league. And he just picked the highest floor player on the board, without a doubt. Without a doubt, Caden McDonald was the highest floor player on the board. And that's unquestionable. So that's great on him. Brown's pick is in as they go to ad break. War Daddy says D-line being Will Anderson Jr., Sheldon Rankins, McDonald, and Hunter. And then you can throw in Logan Hall. Don't forget about Tommy Togiai. Tommy Togiai can rush the passer too. Yeah, it's an absolutely disgusting defensive line. And I would be in shambles if I was the Jaguars or the Colts. I would be absolutely in shambles that we just got Caden McDonald. I mean, what a great selection. Let's go see what the internet is saying about this as well. I love it, man. I have to say I love it. Yeah, I mean, no one's hating on this pick, rightfully so. I mean, this is awesome. I could say this is a steal. People are asking if this is a steal. I think it's a steal. He's so good at what he does. The only reason he fell is because teams just don't value that highly. Like, that's why he's not. He had first round talent. I mean, he got invited to green room. It's just the position he plays. The D-line coach will be defensive coordinator at the end of the season. I mean, Matt Burke got head coach interviews. If you're talking about Rod Wright, if you're saying Rod Wright's gonna get interviews, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, again, I'm not like, obviously the team loves Rod Wright, and so that would be hard to see him walk out the door. But I mean, D'Amico Ryans that's the dude who makes this thing run, and I'm sure D'Amico Ryans could get a good placement. But yeah, it does feel like Rod Wright's going to be a defensive coordinator very soon, and he might get a shot at a head coaching gig because, I mean, there's not a single person in the Houston Texans franchise that doesn't say good things about Rod Wright. Will Anderson Jr., Daniil Hunter, D'Amico Ryans, Nick Caserio. We need to keep him low-key. We need to kind of hide him. Like, is there a way we could hide him in the back so that he doesn't get sniped? Because, yeah. Probably the best possible situation for McDonald to go into. And a part of me is kind of relieved because there's going to be questions with Peter Woods. Like, Peter Woods has the higher ceiling, but if he never hits his ceiling, then you're going, yeah, McDonald was the right move. I can't believe the Chiefs didn't take him, right? Hindsight, obviously, but He's the third tackle that goes off of the board. I'm still surprised that D'Amico chose McDonald over Christian Miller. I'm not going to lie. I'm pretty surprised, but yeah, I mean, I guess to me, Christian Miller's more of their style, more of that attacking front. But I guess D'Amico Ryan said Caden McDonald is in the Texans section of the draft, and there is a mosh pit going on around Caden McDonald right now. Dude, this is awesome. Caden McDonald was in the draft crowd, jumping up and down with Texans fans. Good for him, dude. I love it. I love this dude already. I got to be real. I love this dude already. War Actual says, do we draft a defensive end 3 like Gabe Yakis or try to re-sign Barnett or Clowney? My philosophy on this is I think the Houston Texans are going to try to take a defensive end 3. But if that doesn't happen, I think they're going to be like, hey, Barnett, you want to come back? Sure, coach. You're on the team. That's what I think it is. I think they don't want to commit to Barnett right now because they want to explore the draft. But I also feel like if that doesn't work out, they would re-sign Barnett. I would rather Barnett over Clowney. I think Barnett's been in the system. He always has like pick sixes or not. He like always forces fumbles and scores touchdowns. It's quite absurd. Denzel Boston finally goes to the Browns. So the Browns just drafted Casey Concepcion and Denzel Boston. Am I getting that right? The Browns drafted Casey Concepcion and Denzel Boston. I mean, yeah, they complement each other really well. Who's throwing them the football again? Would be my question there. But yeah, go get your receivers. I like it. I do think he was one of the best players available. It's amazing how much the league ignores safeties. Like there are really good safeties on the board that the league is just refusing to select. So I did, Hamza. Go rewind my stream, dude. I was laughing my ass off. McDonald's literally walked all the way to the Houston Texans section in the crowd, got in the pit, and was jumping up and down with some dude in a hat. Oh man, that's great. And I don't think there's a single draft analyst who says bad things about Caden McDonald. Like, sure, they question his ceiling and how valuable a nose tackle really is, but they all say he's a pro. Like, he's a professional player. So, okay, Browns picked Denzel Boston, Casey Concepcion, and Spencer Fano. So, yeah, they've got pretty much every receiver type you could want. Dude, why does the NFL sign me out of my account? This is the most annoying stuff ever. This happens like once every hour. So frustrating, guys. Sorry about that. Got to pull up the draft again. Chiefs pick is in. Yeah, we need to hide Rod Wright away. Okay, let's do the Chiefs select.
With the 40th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select R. Mason Thomas, defensive end.
R. Mason Thomas. That's good. You needed a pass rusher, so respect. They get their pass rusher. Over Cassius Howell is interesting. They like R. Mason Thomas over Cassius Howell. I mean, Cassius Howell is going to get to the quarterback, so that's a little interesting. I feel like there were other edges on the board, right? Let's find out. There was definitely other edges they could have chosen. Cassius Howell, Zion Young, Gabe Yakis. I mean, I would have gone Zion Young there. I do wonder if like the DUI is scaring teams off, not to throw his personal business out there, but it's the NFL. Like, we're going to find out. So maybe that's what happened. I was laughing because it sounded like he was about to say Arvell Reese. He was like R. Mason Thomas. So that was funny. But yeah, I mean, Peter Woods and R. Mason Thomas together, you're starting to see the defense come together. Peter Woods, R. Mason Thomas, Mansour Delane. Patrick Mahomes might die back there. He might not live because there's no tackle that's really viable besides Josh Simmons and the other dude. But hey, when you've got an edge rusher, I guess it's chill. Oklahoma players get overlooked because their state sucks. Not the shade to Oklahoma, man. Come on. What if we've got fellow Texans that have ties to Oklahoma? I personally don't. Been to Oklahoma for the casino. That's about it. But hey, you know, every state's got something there. Bengals pick is in. Who have the Bengals? The Bengals haven't picked, correct? Right, because obviously they traded away Dexter Lawrence, or they traded for Dexter Lawrence. So this will be the Bengals' first pick of the draft. Who are they going to pick? Have you guys seen the report saying that Joe Burrow is basically on like a make or break year with the Bengals right now? Joe Burrow becomes available. I mean, there's a conversation.
NFL draft. The Cincinnati Bengals select Cassius Howell, defensive end, Texas A&M.
Yeah. So Cassius Howell goes after they drafted Shamar Stewart. The thing with Cassius Howell is the arm length concern, and he's terrible against the run. But if you need a guy who can get to the quarterback, I mean, he's got a very developed set of pass rush moves, and he's athletic. Not my favorite prospect for the Texans, so I'm not too butthurt on this one. I did think Cassius Howell was going to go before R. Mason Thomas. It just feels like I guess the Chiefs valued R. Mason Thomas's run defense a little more, if I had to assume. But yeah, Cassius Howell is a great player. Joey B finally getting some defensive players. I mean, they have to make up for the Shamar Stewart selection. They absolutely have to. So that's good for them. So what are the needs that you guys still want to see drafted? If you can, list out your needs by position. So center, tight end, defensive end, you know, tight end 2, defensive end 3, center, backup corner. What do you guys think the needs still are? Because I do think there's a couple, but I mean, this is a really good roster if CJ Stroud can get it together. This is a very good roster. Great selection. Can't get over the McDonald's selection. Is he going to wear the same face paint? That's another good question. Is Caden McDonald going to do the same face paint? Because it's aggressive. I like it. I don't hate it. I could never do it. I'll say that. But
26 NFL draft, the New Orleans Saints select Christian Miller, D tackle, Georgia.
Good pick. I mean, this was my guy. This was my guy, honestly, Christian Miller. He was my guy. I liked him a lot. He really climbed my boards. Him and Peter Woods were my favorite. But again, he's more of a question mark than McDonald is. You know what you're getting with Caden McDonald. Don't need to belabor the point anymore. I like Christian Miller a lot, though. I thought he would have been so good under D'Amico. But it's okay. Good for the Saints. Okay, War Daddy says defensive end 3, tight end 2, and slot and field stretching wide receiver. I do think that's actually a good point because right now your slot receivers are Xavier Hutchinson, Jalen Knoll, and Tank Dell. So your receivers are really Xavier Hutchinson and Jalen Knoll. They refused to play Jalen Knoll last year. Maybe he'll get more snaps now that Christian Kirk isn't on the team. But yeah, sign me up for like a Jeremy Bernard. And maybe he's not even speedy enough, like maybe like a Skylar Bell or something, you know, some speedy receiver. You could sign me up for that. And then Brian says, did I miss someone? Oh, I missed Texans tangents. Tight end, linebacker, wide receiver, defensive end. Yeah, so a lot of overlap there, just adding in the linebacker need. Interesting to see where Rodriguez goes. Because if Rodriguez is still there at, let me pull this up real quick. If Rodriguez is still there at 59, it's worth a conversation. Jacob Rodriguez. I'm always going to be wary of drafting a linebacker, especially when the class is this good. But you could do worse than Jacob Rodriguez at the back end of the second. Definitely do worse than that. Here's a look at the board real quick. I'll leave that up for a bit for you guys. Okay, and then Brian said tight end, linebacker, and cornerback for depth. Yeah, like cornerback 3, like Kilgore. I think Kilgore could be a great backup. There's a lot of good corners as well still on the board. McCoy. Is McCoy still on the board or did he go? No, Hood went. McCoy's still on the board. Very interesting. Someone's going to roll the dice on him, you would think. War Daddy says Bernard, Ted Hurst, Branch, or Antonio Williams. Yeah, I don't have strong feelings against any of those receivers. Bernard's my favorite. Bernard's kind of like a utility guy. You know, he's not elite in one area. What was that? Sorry, he's not elite in one area, but he's an all-around solid player with great hands. I mean, he's like a vacuum. And did I miss Brian? No, I read Brian. So cornerback 3 for sure. War Daddy says maybe even Brazel. I'm not huge on Brazel. I think he's solid. I think he's kind of a one-trick pony, gets vertical, and you kind of already have Higgins and Nico for that, but I wouldn't hate it. Again, at 59, I wouldn't hate it. Hamza says, I don't know if he will be available, but I prefer C.J. Allen over Jacob Rodriguez. C.J. Allen is a dog. Yeah, I think so too. I think C.J. Allen, it's close. It's very close. I wouldn't hate either way. Because if you tell me D'Amico Ryans is going to develop C.J. Allen, I love it. If you tell me he's going to get his hands on Jacob Rodriguez, I love it just as much, damn near. I probably have C.J. Allen a little higher, but I think Jacob Rodriguez, I think the hype with Jacob Rodriguez got too high because people were saying he was going to be in like the first round, and I never really got there with that. But I mean, again, he's one of the smartest players on the field when he plays. Just his ability to read passing lanes and to get his nose dirty in the run. It's a really good linebacker class, and we still haven't seen like a true off-ball linebacker go yet outside of like Sonny Styles and maybe Arvell Reese if the Giants are planning to use Arvell Reese as a more of an off-ball linebacker versus an edge rusher. So still got quite a distance to go. I'm just going to leave this on. I don't know why this hasn't been on more. I'll leave that on there. If we could draft a healthy Will Fuller right now, it would be perfect. Dude, sometimes I just sit back and I think about the Will Fuller days, man. I mean, yeah, injury has completely derailed his career, but he was special, dude. He was special. Love me some Will Fuller highlights, man. You get some Will Fuller highlights on with like some nostalgic music in the background. Don't even get me started there. But I will reiterate the point just because I haven't said it in a while. If you would have told me we selected Caden McDonald at 26 and Rutledge at 38, or excuse me, Rutledge at 26, I would have been like, okay, solid. Which is essentially what we did. Took a little different path to get there, but yeah, the fact that Bisontis went early, I mean, yeah, the Caserio and D'Amico added again, man. It's a solid draft. Christian Miller doesn't go until 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks later, but you didn't want to risk it, right? You just wanted to get your guy, so makes sense. Did you have to do the trade? Probably not. It's fine to secure your guy, though. Move back 20 spots from a third to a fourth. It's fine, man. It's fine. Get the dude you want. I respect that a lot more. I respect it a lot when NFL GMs aren't afraid to give up capital, to leak value, to go get their guy. I don't hate that at all. Pick is in. Why is the graphic on the Dolphins thing? It says have not won AFC East since 2008. Just sending shots for no reason, NFL. What are we doing? No other team has had a history of how long it's taken them to win the division. That's pretty funny.
With the 43rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Jacob Rodriguez, linebacker, Texas State.
Wow, and I just saw it. Well, there goes my hopes and dreams, guys. Wow, Jacob Rodriguez over C.J. Allen. Yeah, I said it was close. Wow, I wasn't expecting him to go that early, but I guess it's about right. 43. Yeah, it's a good landing spot. Or not a good landing spot. It's a good spot for him in the draft. So there goes the Jacob Rodriguez, guys. There goes the Jacob Rodriguez pipeline. But yeah, I don't know if we were ever going to get him that late anyway. Hamza says us getting McDonald and another piece at linebackers like Thanos getting the last stone on his glove. That's funny. I think it's Gauntlet, but Glove is funny as well. That's funny. War Daddy says, now with hindsight, do you believe Rutledge would still have been there at 38 if we took McDonald at 28? Probably not. Probably not. And obviously you don't know for certain, but it does feel like San Francisco wanted him and then they traded back, and maybe they didn't like Besantis, so they decided to go a different route. Obviously Besantis went early in the second round as well. So probably not. I would say no. I don't think he would have been there. Again, it just makes sense. I mean, like, you know, you could have flipped the 2 picks and it would have been fine. So the fact that it's opposite, it's fine. I mean, because we reached a little bit on Rutledge, it's nice to get a guy that fell a little bit, if that makes sense. Like that helps my sanity. Like if you're going to reach for a guy and get him, it's really nice when you let a guy fall a little bit and get him. So that's what I think the Texans did, and I think we're absolutely chilling. Trade with the Lions and Jets. Lions have traded. Lions received 44. I missed the compensation. 2 picks for 44. Jacob Rodriguez jersey is going triple platinum in Miami. Probably. Calvin Johnson. Derek Moore is a great pick. Really good edge rusher. Dude, the Zion Young fall is... Dude, do the Texans trade up for Zion Young? Is that a possibility? Because at this point, like, Derek Moore is a phenomenal player. I think Zion Young's better. It has to be the off-the-field issues, I think. I think it's the off-the-field issues. Also, Emmanuel Pregnon is still on the board. So that's probably the biggest surprise to me. I guess it's the age. It's so annoying, though, because NFL teams will be like, we don't care about age. That just means he has more experience. And it's like, okay, you obviously care a little bit about age because Emmanuel Pregnon's a very good player, but he's on the board at 44 or 45 or whatever. So it's interesting. It's just interesting. Ravens up next. They already got their guard. I could see them going weapon. Could see them trying to beef up that defense. Pregnon is still on the board. Very interesting that Zion Young is still on the board. I can see Houston's name tag down the line. So I wonder if D'Amico Ryans can't help himself and if he goes after Zion Young. It'd be interesting. I'm going to get a drink real quick. I'll be back in 10 seconds. Hamza says, I was really high on Derek Moore. That's rough. Just goes to show the typical big board is different from actual teams. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, NFL teams' big boards are tiny. An NFL big board for a team probably has 80 players on it, 60 players on it, and that's it. Because NFL teams will see, this player got a DUI, and he just instantly goes off their board. And it's for NFL fans, it's okay, but he's a really good player, but we're not the ones putting billions of dollars onto these players to have them carry out roles with our jobs on the line. So it's just different. But yeah, I mean, consensus board this year has been trash. Honestly, the consensus board this year has been trash. And I just think it's because there's so many players that are good, but they're not at, what am I trying to say? Expensive positions or valuable positions. There were a lot of safeties this year. Not exactly a highly regarded position. There's a lot of linebackers this year. Not exactly a highly regarded position. Same with guards. So it just feels like it's all over the place because teams are I don't really want to draft a safety at the top of the second round. I don't really want to draft a linebacker at the top of the second round. I'd rather just wait. So The Texans are going to get a really good player, though. The way this is shaping out, guys, like the Houston Texans, they're going to get a phenomenal player, whether it's a great edge, whether it's a good receiver. I don't want to jinx it, so I'll knock on wood right now. But it does feel like at 59, the Texans are in a great spot to get a solid player. And if anything, I probably would say they would trade up. I don't think they'd trade out of this. Emmanuel McNeil Warren falling this low is surprising, even though he's a safety, he's a baller. But he's a safety, right? Teams just don't value safety that much. They never have. I don't know why. They don't value it. But yeah, I mean, he's falling. Ravens were trying to trade up for Rutledge, according to Houston Texans. See if they take Pregnon. The Ravens were trying to take Rutledge after Vega. That's crazy. The Ravens were trying to take 2 first-round guards. I'd be livid if I was a Ravens fan. How bad is their offensive line? I guess it was pretty bad. Yeah. And they got rid of Linderbaum too. So, yeah, I guess Rutledge makes sense if they're going to play him at center, similar to what the Texans did. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. But then do they still go for Pregnon, who has never played center? I don't know. Interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. If the Ravens take Pregnon here, it's going to be hilarious because Ravens fans are going to lose their minds. They will be shitting bricks if they take Pregnon here. But like, at what point do we acknowledge that he's the best available player, you know? He's just old. He's an old man. He walks into team meetings with a cane, I guess. All right, Ravens. Let's see what gem they drafted. Also, the Colts and Jags still haven't picked, which is hilarious, honestly. I'm gonna knock on wood actually before I make a fool of myself, because that could be annoying. Colts pick in 2 picks, and the Jags pick at 56. So get ready for the Colts and Jags first picks in a bit. Shadow says, realistically, it's all depth pieces now. It depends on the team. I mean, I think there are linebackers that could start for teams that are still on the board. Pregnon could start. So it's not all depth, but obviously it's getting there. Who is this dude, bro?
I'd like to give a special shout out to these young women standing alongside me tonight who have been playing flag football at the high school level in Maryland.
Flag football shout out. Good for them. What would you take higher, running back or tight end? Tight end. 100% tight end. 100% tight end. Take a tight end earlier. If you want a running back, go get a running back at like the 7th round, the 6th round. Claiborne's a great name that late. Yeah. I would take tight end 2 way before. Ooh, Stowers is still on the board. I love Stowers.
26th NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Zion Young, linebacker.
I really like Zion Young, guys. I really like him. Of course the Ravens get him. They always do this shit. And they pick studs in the first 2 rounds. That's a good pick. You know the Ravens don't care about his DUI. They don't give a shit. They're like, go rush the passer, man. We don't care much about anything else. Were they booing the kids on stage? I didn't have the volume up. That's funny. Grab Emmett Johnson in the 5th. Not opposed to it. You think we are positionally able to get Emmett Johnson, or is it too awkward in terms of the picks we have? Dude, Caserio can be wherever he wants to be. I mean, if Caserio wants Emmett Johnson, he can move around. So I wouldn't think about it like that. They have their bands of players, and if the players in the band are gone, they trade down. If the players in the band are above them, they trade up. It's just the way it is. So I wouldn't worry too much about about where they fall. Indiana's up next, but the Tampa Bay Buccaneers' second pick is in because Reuben Bain Jr. fell to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 15. That is so freaking annoying that they get Reuben Bain Jr. I mean, some people had him higher than Bailey, even with the short T-Rex arms. Reuben Bain's going to be coming out like this, trying to rush the passer. But, I mean, the tape doesn't lie, so... Let's see who the Bucks pick.
With the 46th pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, and I am very, very happy to say this because I might make some Philadelphia fans a little bit upset. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Josiah Trotter, linebacker.
Wow, Josiah Trotter goes linebacker out of Missouri. There's your other linebacker. C.J. Allen is still on the board. Josiah Trotter's really good. I like Josiah Trotter a lot. Very smart player. I think it makes sense for Todd Bowles, honestly. I mean, he's just going to get his nose dirty. And, yeah, that's a solid pick. I was going to say something and I'm blanking. I just forgot what I was going to say. All right, let me get back to the chat here. If Stowers is not there, who is your 2 and 3? My 2 would be Claire. My 3 would be Sam Roush. If Stowers is not there, it would be Max Clare, and then it'd be Sam Roush. Did the Colts just trade back, or am I tweaking? The Colts traded back, right? I think so. Oh, and the Rockets game is starting, so I'll still pay attention to the draft. Don't worry, guys, but I will be watching the Rockets game. I don't know if I want to watch the Rockets game, but, you know, I have to be a fan. So never mind. The Colts traded back with the Steelers. So Indiana actually picks 2 spots in front of Jacksonville now. It's a really weird way to say that. I should probably just give you guys a number. They pick 53 now. 53. Jolie's a fun player. He's a receiving tight end. I mean, he's kind of like a watered down Eli Stowers, in my opinion, so it's hard for me to like Justin Jolie. And there's a lot to develop with him in his run blocking as well. So it depends, right? Do you want the receiving tight end or do you want a blocking tight end? I'm always going to lean towards the receiving tight end because, I mean, it's just, to me, it's more valuable. Go put a fullback in there if you want a blocker. But, I mean, and they already have Foster Moreau as well, who's going to be that blocking tight end. So, yeah, I'm always going to go for the receiving tight end. And then, dude, Eli Stowers is so athletic. It's not even funny. Dude jumps out of the gym. This Steelers pick might be Stowers, genuinely. It could be Stowers. Because think about it. The Colts, they already have Tyler Warren. This could be Stowers right here. This could be Stowers, 100%. Could I see us picking up Oscar Delp? I'm not as high on Oscar Delp as consensus is. He's very athletic, so I like that. The quarterback play was not great. I understand. I just feel like he's just awkward. He's just awkward as a receiver. So I'm not as high on Delp, really, as many people are. Please don't take Stowers here. Okay, so they go a different weapon. Makes sense. Yeah, Jeremy Bernard was my favorite wide receiver left, guys. So my favorite wide receiver goes Mr. Jeremy Bernard from Alabama. But I do like the Stowers pick a little more than Bernard. If Stowers can get to Houston, I mean, Indy's probably not going to draft him. Liam Cohen could draft him for sure. Jacksonville could draft him. But Stowers remains on the board. Bernard goes. Is it Allen's size? I'm surprised he dropped. So CJ Allen played injured last season, and I wonder if teams are reading into that. I don't know why he's dropping. I think his size is fine. I think he's a great linebacker. I mean, he knows how to get, like, he's better against the run than Anthony Hill is. He's a better overall linebacker than Anthony Hill, in my opinion. His technique's better. His tackling's better. His recognition's better. So I'd be shocked if Anthony Hill goes above CJ Allen. That's when I'd really be shocked. If Jake Golday goes in front of Allen, I would be a little surprised just because Golday played like a nickel almost. And so teams are really going to extrapolate how they view Golday because you just haven't seen him get that many reps as an actual inside linebacker. Let's see, Kyle Lewis. I would probably be a little surprised if Kyle Lewis goes in front of CJ Allen. He's a great coverage linebacker. Maybe he could even be a nickel. But if you need like a true linebacker, it's just, what are you looking for, right? If you need a true linebacker, I would take CJ Allen here. I've heard your thoughts on already having the skills position necessary, but what would your thoughts be on a later round project receiver for the future? I'm always down to draft a receiver. I think Nick Caserio's drafted a receiver like every time he's drafted. Is that correct? I might just be lying to y'all. I mean, he's drafted Hutch, he's drafted Nico, he's drafted Mechie, he's drafted Tank. Like, he always drafts receivers, and the reason for that is because receivers get paid so much money. And you always need like 4 or 5 of them. Really, you need like 5 or 6. So I am never opposed to adding more receivers. Nico Collins, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Knoll, Hutch, Tank Dell. Like, you could definitely use another receiver. And there's always going to be good receivers on day 2. Always. Always going to be good receivers on day 2. So, yeah, if they want to take a receiver... Again, I don't even think the receiver would be a project. Like, I think the receiver would get snaps depending on who they draft. Because as a receiver, you're going to get snaps. It's just a position that always gets snaps and always gets paid. Excuse me. All right, guys, the Rockets are at tip-off, so I'll keep y'all updated a little bit on the Rockets game if y'all want. Not that it's going to make me happy. But can they just win this game so we can get Durant back? That's what I want to see there. I just need to stay afloat one more game so that Durant can come back, and I'll feel great. Of the receivers left, who do you prefer from the tape you have watched? I really like Elijah Surratt right now. Like, if the Texans drafted Elijah Surratt out of Indiana, I like him a lot. I mean, Skylar Bell's fun, kind of that gadgety player. Antonio Williams, I like. Not huge on Brazel. I'm not huge on the dude from like North Dakota State University. Not super high on him. Don't hate Malachi Fields. What's the dude's name? Bryce Lance. Not huge on Bryce Lance. But, yeah. Reed Shepard started, if anyone's curious. And he just drained a 3. Good for him. First shot is a 3. Reed Shepard, dishing 3s. This is not football related, but football content related. Do you like Jeremy Chugg's takes from Texans today? I don't watch him that much. Honestly, I don't. I know who you're talking about. I really just, I don't watch him enough to know, honestly. But I'm sure, yeah, he's got a lot of followers, a lot of support. That whole, like, is it a company and they have like the individual teams? So, yeah, I don't watch him enough to know. But I know who you're talking about. So. Rockets off to a decent start. 4 back-to-back 3s. 2 from the Lakers, 2 from the Rockets. Make that clear. Pick is in on the Falcons. Pick 48 is in. All right, let's see who the Falcons select. Dude, say the pick. Come on. We're not here for you, man. We're not here for you. I know it's hard. Avion Terrell. There you go. Makes sense. Good corner. Kind of shocked he fell to 48. That's shocking. Again, it's just a weird year. That is pretty shocking, though. We already have a very well-rounded team. How do you see us messing up this draft? It's a great question. And let me think about it. How could the Houston Texans mess up this draft? I mean, they really can't. Like, to answer your question, they really can't because they have such a well-rounded team. They added guard, they added D tackle. Those were like the biggest needs. I would say if they drafted I don't know. Maybe like this wouldn't mess it up. But like if they drafted a true center and then just had Wyatt Teller sit on the bench, like that would make their offseason move look a little dumb. But like it's not like Wyatt Teller is getting paid tremendous amounts of money, so it's not like something you can't come back from. Yeah, I don't know. There's not really a way they can mess it up in my eyes, unless they take a player I just really hate. But if that happens, I will let you know. Believe me. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 picks until we pick. 10 picks because we pick at 59. So 10 picks until we're on the clock. Panthers traded up. They've selected Monroe Freeling, which was an interesting pick by them, I thought. Carson Beck, the quarterback, at 59. Very funny. I hope you're being funny. I'm out on Carson Beck. I'll tell you that much right now. Yeah, Shadow, just bad drafting. Like as simple as it sounds. Like don't take what's an example? Don't take Bryce Lance when you could have taken Elijah Surratt for the wide receiver example. Like don't do shit like that. Like that just pisses me off. Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, if we reach on players, yeah. And it depends on the player. I mean, it just depends. Like, I thought they reached on Rutledge, but I was wrong on that. So, but it's nice when you reach and then McDonald falls. So it just depends. It's hard to grade the draft or like predict the draft as it's happening because there's so many factors. Dude, there's a lot of corners available. Pons, Cisse, McCoy, couple linebackers, CJ Allen, Anthony Hill, Jake Golday, safety, EMW. The question was, what could ruin the draft? Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, drafting a quarterback would ruin the draft. That's a good point. See, that was so out of the realm of possibility, I didn't even consider it. Yeah, that's a great point, War. To answer your question, Shadow, if they draft a quarterback at any point in the draft, it would probably, it's like burning a pick on fire.
Select Lee Hunter, nose tackle.
Lee Hunter goes. I know he was a fan favorite. I wasn't that high on Lee Hunter. I'm going to be honest. I wasn't that high on Lee Hunter. Yeah, I wasn't that high on him. Good for the Panthers, though. He's their guy. I mean, this is about right. Let's be real. 49. I mean, you're not going to hear me complain about Lee Hunter here. Feels like this is one of the picks where this makes sense to me. Like, I got it right in the range. He had a terrible testing. I mean, he's not athletic at all. And you just wonder how much of the time he's actually winning with like technique. I mean, the pass rush to me is a work in progress, and he was supposed to get better at that. Run stuffing is there for sure, but yeah, I'm fine with Caden McDonald. Good with Caden McDonald, thanks. What position do we have the least depth at corner? Well, we have Jalen Smith. Don't forget about Jalen Smith, who they drafted in the 3rd round last year, who was essentially injured the whole year and didn't play. So Jalen Smith is an option. He's your 3rd stringer. So you have, obviously, Stingley Lassiter, Jalen Smith, and then Tremont Smith. So you have 2 Smiths. Tremont Smith is damn near unplayable. He should only play special teams. I don't ever want to see Tremont Smith on the field. I would rather one of you guys play corner for us than Tremont Smith. I mean, that dude's terrible. Don't talk about the future Hall of Famer Graham Mertz. It's so funny because Nick Caserio got asked, and he was like, CJ's our quarterback. We're never drafting a quarterback. Like, dude, you drafted Graham Mertz last year, so what are we talking about? Like, you've drafted a quarterback before. Why are you acting like this is insane? Yeah, don't do that. Don't draft a quarterback. That would piss me off. It's just like none of these quarterbacks are starting potential, and you have Davis Mills. So yeah, we don't even need to have the quarterback conversation because it's frankly it's very stupid. All right, guys, we're on ad break, so I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I will be right back. I am back, and I'm going to eat a bar because I am starving. I low-key did not eat dinner, so we'll make it work, though. We will make it work. Dude, the crowd is so empty for the Rockets game. It's actually bad. It is so empty. The Jets pick is in. I applaud Jets fans for their commitment to their team. I don't know if I could do it, man. This is brutal. Brutal being a Jets fan. Let's see who they pick. Just tell us the pick, bro. Just tell us the pick, big dog. D'Angelo Pons. He's so undersized. Dude, he's 5'8". D'Angelo Pons is like shorter than I am. And I consider myself short. He's 5'8". I mean, yeah, he doesn't play like he's 5'8". He plays like he's damn near 6 foot, but it's a good pick. I mean, that's the reason why he's falling. You got to think teams are starting to take their corners now because there's just, you can't deny the talent anymore. We're at pick 50. Shadow says day 3 of last year felt like a fever dream. I wasn't even high on Woody Marks when it was first announced. I never watched Woody Marks. So yeah, I literally never watched Woody Marks because I think he went to Mississippi State for like 4 years. And then he was, this dude Loki just cooked pawns. I'm just kidding. We were showing this video of pawns like one-on-oneing this dude in the office building, but dude almost got open. Not gonna lie. So that's David Bailey, Kenyon Sadiq, Omar Cooper Jr., D'Angelo Pons. That's a great haul if you're a Jets fan. Hopefully that turns things around. Hopefully. Pons is the Dell of cornerbacks. Yeah, 100%. And obviously you're hoping he can stay healthy at his size. You're hoping he can... The thing is, he plays so physically. It's like the size isn't even a concern really when he's tackling. It's kind of crazy how good he is for his size. I mean, talk about a guy who has optimized his ability. His God-given traits... He has optimized them to the max. Appreciate your comment, BB. Some of you guys' usernames are hard to say. I'm just going to say BB. Sorry if I missed you, caught my comment. Oh, I definitely did not see this. Do you like Scott as a Petrie backup? I don't hate it. I have to see how the board fell because I'd probably want to go a different route. But I wouldn't hate it at all. I think he's a fine player. Dang, I just got spoiled. But Jake Golday to the Vikings. I like that a lot. So Jake Golday goes before CJ Allen. I wonder if there was a medical... Is there a medical concern on CJ Allen? I don't even know, man. This is stuff I don't even know. I didn't think there was I mean, I know he was injured, but I didn't think there was like a reoccurring medical issue. So that's very surprising. I really like Jake Golday. Again, it's surprising he went over CJ Allen because Cincinnati played Golday in the slot. 6'4", 240. They played him in the slot. So you got to project. Like, is this dude going to be good as an inside linebacker? He certainly has the frame, certainly has the body. I mean, hell, he was covering slot receivers. So I think he's going to be great. And Brian Flores is gonna be able to put him anywhere he wants. Brian Flores is going to have a field day with Golday. Guys, the Eli Stowers pipe dream is still alive, and I don't want to jinx it. I know a lot of you guys don't like Eli Stowers. I understand. But he's been my dude for a while now, and he is still available at pick 52. Michael, is there anyone you'd try to trade up for at this point? I mean, like, not especially. Like, I really like Stowers, but I don't need to trade up for him. Like, I just feel like the Texans themselves aren't going to like Stowers that much. I don't know if he fits the whole swarm mentality thing or whatever. But, not especially. Let me see. I mean, maybe Elijah Surratt. I like him a lot. War Daddy says trading back into the third round would be nice. I wouldn't hate it for the right price. A lot of good players still on the board. You don't have any glaring needs. Still only one tight end's gone off the board, and you could definitely upgrade the tight end room. I do wonder if the Texans kind of have a large band of tight ends they're happy with, and so maybe they're just not going to trade up or down. They're just happy to select who they get. Yes, CJ Allen is still on the board, Shadow, and I'm kind of surprised by it. Texans Tangent says, I want a tight end who can actually do both block and catch. To me, that is the definition of the position. I agree, but like you have to consider the fact that, I mean, it's not impossible to learn how to block. Like Dalton Schultz was a much better blocker in 2025 than he was in 2024. In 2024, his blocking was atrocious. In 2025, it was like manageable. So Eli Stowers is essentially like a more explosive Dalton Schultz. Like that's what he provides you in the receiving game. And I think Dalton Schultz is the perfect mentor for him. And hey, maybe he can learn from Dalton Schultz. Like, hey, dude, you improved your blocking. How do I improve my blocking? Like that type of thing. So I just like the receiving upside. Like look at Colston Loveland. And Colston Loveland's a completely different level. But I mean, he was like the Bears' leading receiver in targets or something. Like, I mean, he was amazing. I was a huge Colston Loveland guy. So that's a different story, but yeah, I get what you're saying though. If he's there, I would be mad if, Michael said I'd trade up for Dunker. I'm really high on that kid. I don't hate Dunker. It just feels like with Rutledge, like, are we still pursuing that angle? You know, like, are we still going to go after Dunker after Rutledge? I don't know. If he was there, I would be mad if we didn't take him. One of our middle linebackers will probably go after the season. Yeah, if they don't extend Azeez Al-Shire, you need a new linebacker. If they don't extend, To'o, you need a new linebacker. CJ Allen's still on the board. Anthony Hill is still on the board. Kyle Lewis is still on the board, I believe. So there's still a good amount of linebackers there. They're all sort of different. It just depends on what D'Amico Ryans wants. But yeah, there's definitely a fall off after Anthony Hill, I'd say. I'm shocked CJ Allen is still on the board. Michael says, watch Brevin Jordan explode this year finally. Dude, I mean, I'm hoping he can stay healthy enough because it's just been a health concern with him. And, you know, you got to imagine he's lost some of his explosiveness just with, you know, back-to-back ACL tears or whatever he tore. So it's unfortunate. The Green Bay Packers are selecting. Is this their first pick? I believe this is their first pick, right? Because of the Micah Parsons trade.
It is my esteemed pleasure to make this second-round pick on behalf of Ed Policy, Brian Gutekunst, Matt LaFleur, and the millions of Packer fans across the world. With the 52nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Brandon Cisse, defensive back, South Carolina.
Good pick for the Packers. Brandon Cisse is a great player. That's so many cornerbacks that have gone off the board. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is still on the board. Does Houston do it? Like, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren's got to be the best player available. He's so good. Why are they not taking him? Tangent said, I would love to see Brevin show up big. Me too. I would love it. It just kind of feels like a pipe dream at this point, you know? It's kind of like asking Tank Dell to be amazing again. Obviously, Brevin didn't blow out his knee, but I mean, multiple years of injury. It's like you kind of feel like it'd be awesome if we could get him. But I mean, I don't know how much juice is left in the tank. And Cade Stover's been really disappointing too. That's the other thing. Like, Cade Stover was a 4th-round pick, or was he a 3rd-round pick? I don't remember. But he's been sort of disappointing. The Indianapolis Colts are selecting for the first time this year after the Sauce Gardner pickup. Would I be mad at Anthony Hill at 59? Again, it's D'Amico, so no, but I wouldn't have done it. I don't like Anthony Hill that much. He's a project, right? It's going to take him a couple years to develop. That being said, it makes sense for him to therefore be on the team. But we also have EJ Speed for a couple of years, so we've kind of been forgetting about that. Like, we're pretty stacked at linebacker for this year at least. Mr. McAfee.
Tired? Are you Yinzers getting exhausted from so much football celebration or no? Zero arrests last night in the NFL draft compound. Pittsburgh Yinzers, congratulations. Now, the Indianapolis Colts first-round draft pick was Sauce Gardner, and he's better than all of your first-round picks for sure. The Indianapolis Colts have not won the AFC South in 12 years. That changes this year. Jim Irsay from the football heavens cured Daniel Jones's torn Achilles. Michael Pittman got sent to the Steelers, and in return, we got football gods with the 53rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. The AFC South Kings, Indianapolis Colts select C.J. Allen, linebacker from Georgia.
There you go, C.J. Allen. It'll be good to see you twice a year, sir. That sucks. That blows. That blows. That's the first big impactful pick for a bit. C.J. Allen to the Colts. I mean, if you're a Colts fan, you've got to be feeling pretty good about yourself because that's the definition of a slide. So, C.J. Allen is a Colt. You hate to see it, but yeah, I don't blame him. I mean, that's the type of player you take. You don't have a first-round pick. You get a guy that people had in the first round, which was C.J. Allen, or at least top of the second. You get him at 53, so tip the cap. I mean, it's a pretty easy pick to make, but I mean, you got lucky. Well, C.J. Allen just went, Garish. I know, obviously, you just missed that. But, yeah, McNeil Warren being here, there's got to be something we don't know. C.J. Allen was injured. I know that. And then for McCoy, it's clearly the knee. Yeah, I mean, he's got a degenerative knee or whatever, so that's not great. Wow, the Colts war room is insane. It looks like a psych ward, dude. The Colts have these big white walls, and they're just littered with names. That is extremely interesting. There's also 1 million people in there, dude. Kind of crazy. All right, CJ Allen's a terrible player. He's going to be a bust. Waste of a pick. Just kidding. We'll see him. We'll see him twice a year. Pradesh says, gosh darn it, I wanted him so bad. Yeah, I mean, CJ Allen, not going to hear me hate on that pick, even if it's the Colts. CJ Allen, get ready to get stiff-armed by David Montgomery. He needs to have his rookie moment, and it needs to be David Montgomery just spearing him through the chest. Eagles on the board. And then we see Jacksonville. So Jacksonville, or it'll be New England, and then Jacksonville. So we'll see Jacksonville's first pick here in a second. Seems like it's been a little quiet on the trades front, but that's okay. Damn it. Eli Stowers to the Eagles. I knew it was too good to be true. I knew it was too good to be true, but it would have been nice. It would have made me smile. Eli Stowers is gone. God damn it. I was trying not to bring his name up because I didn't want his name to even enter the cosmos. But of course, Howie just selects players that everyone wants. When does Howie Roseman ever select players that people don't want? Like Lemon fell to him. Now he's got Eli Stowers. Jalen Hurts, you better throw some damn touchdowns. You better make use of this guy. Second tight end goes off the board. 1, 2, 3, 4 picks in front of Houston. Again, like I said, I don't think the Houston Texans would have traded up for this guy. I myself said I probably wouldn't have traded up for him either. But again, if the Texans had him that high up on the board, they would have done it. New England has traded into 55. Let's see who they select after a commercial break. Garish thinks we trade back. Wouldn't hate it. Shadow Bullet says, do we go BPA at 59? I think you could do that. BPA at 59. Who would that be? It would be McMorrin though. It'd be a safety, wouldn't it? Because who's the best available player right now? You would think it'd be EMW. Am I missing someone that's egregiously escaping my mind right now? I mean, obviously McCoy, but McCoy has the knee, which is, I'm assuming, a very big problem. But he's also a defensive back, so would you really pick best player available there? Zion Young went, so no on him. It would be Emmanuel Pregnon. It would be Emmanuel Pregnon, wouldn't it? BPA at 59 would probably be Emmanuel Pregnon, so I'm good on that. I know what you're saying, obviously, but that's just funny. I mean, Chris Bell's available if you want a receiver. I like Elijah Surratt a lot more, in my opinion. Still some good corners out there. This cornerback class is really stacked. Gabe Yakis. Ooh. You think D'Amico's going to go with Gabe Yakis? Jennings Dunker. Jennings Dunker's out there. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think it just depends. It really depends on these next couple of picks, honestly. True. Howie Roseman literally picks the draft like it's Madden. I mean, Howie Roseman literally selects players like he's playing Madden or like he's just reading the consensus board. That's literally what he does. Like, yes, he'll go for a need, but then he just picks the best player available when he doesn't have a clear need. Garish is saying EMW or McCoy. I'm good on McCoy because of the knee. If everyone else is passing up on him, I don't really want to be the team that takes him, especially when you already have backup cornerbacks. I really don't want Pregnon anymore. Like, I'm out on Pregnon. I mean, could they do it? Yes. But, like, where are these dudes playing, man? Like, where are these dudes playing? Like, I don't know about Pregnon. Maybe something we don't know, too. Yeah, I mean, he could have, like, punched his cousin or something. He could have a warrant that came up. I don't know. I'm making shit up, but something probably happened. Okay, War Daddy Actual is saying Oscar Delp. I am saying no thank you. I don't think Oscar Delp, I mean, he's such a project, in my opinion. He's extremely athletic. I understand that. But the dude wasn't even getting that many targets at Georgia, it felt like. Pradesh brings up a good point. Kyle Lewis, Jalen Kilgore, and AJ Halsey. Kyle Lewis moving to nickel? I could see that. I could see D'Amico doing that. Would I love the pick? I mean, it's a linebacker. It's not like a flashy receiver, so no. But like, it makes sense, right? Kyle Lewis playing like a nickel role. Jalen Kilgore being that kind of role too. Yeah, like the Jalen Petrie. The Jalen Petrie backup seems to be popular right now, which I don't blame you guys. I mean, I would do that. Texans Tangent says no more guards, and I have to agree. I mean, you got Rutledge, you got Teller. Figure it out, dude. Figure it out. I don't want to hear Pregnon. Just figure it out with what you have. I'm higher. Shadow asks if Surratt at 59 would be a reach. I'm higher on Surratt than I think most people are, so I'm going to say no. But it just depends. Like, Brazel's still out there. I don't like Brazel. There's another player I'm forgetting that's out there. They could also go like just straight tackle. You know, Nick Caserio loves taking his developmental tackles, and that would be Caleb Tiernan. The Caleb Tiernan pick would kind of annoy me because he's really old too. He's like Pregnon's age. The Northwestern tackle, I believe he's like Pregnon's age, so I'm not a huge fan of that. Pradesh brings up a very good point. If Pregnon gets picked before us, he's celebrating because that means the Texans will no longer have to make that choice. And I think he will, because I think San Francisco probably takes him. If San Francisco truly needed a guard, why would they pass up on Pregnon twice? Right? You would think they would take him. Who are the Patriots selecting?
With the 55th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Gabe Akis, linebacker, Illinois.
It's a good pick. It's a good pick. I really like the Gabe Yakis pick. It's a good pick. It's a good pick. Good for the Patriots there. Who did they select? They selected Lomu, right? Yeah, so they selected Caleb Lomu. Now they get Gabe Yakis, get some more pass rush. They needed a pass rusher desperately. So yeah, that makes sense. That's a good pick for them. Good move. Worth the trade up. Jacksonville picks next. This is the first time we've seen Liam Cohen and that Gladstone dude, or whatever their GM's name is, the dude who looks like he's 12. First time we've seen them select this year. I have to say, being a new general manager and making a terrible trade for Travis Hunter as your first big splash is kind of funny. It's kind of funny. I was against the Travis Hunter trade up the moment it came out, and then I realized, oh, it's Jacksonville doing it? Go right ahead. Be my guest. Obviously, injuries happen, but he wasn't super impactful before that. So yeah, we'll see what the new GM of the Jags does. Garish says we have way too many picks and maybe 4 guys would actually make the roster. I think they trade back up in the 3rd. I mean, they could draft a receiver who would make the team, I would think, because he'd be competing with Xavier Hutchinson and Tank Dell. So I think a receiver would probably... Whoa, Jonathan Grenard just got traded to the Eagles? That's crazy. Jonathan Grenard just got traded to the Eagles from the Vikings. That's kind of funny. Okay, Jacksonville's picks coming in. Wow. Will Anderson Jr. is younger than Akeem Messidor. That's insane. That's insane. Will Anderson Jr. is younger than Akeem Messidor. Girish, I just saw that. That's insane too. Grenard got traded to the Eagles. Who did the Jaguars select here?
With the 56th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Nate Borkacher, tight end, Texas A&M. Well, we always connect the Jags and the Rams because...
Hey, man, great pick. Great pick. Love the pick. Awesome. Dude, this GM has no idea what he's doing. Nate Borkacher? Y'all, I mean, what are we thinking? Y'all think y'all like that pick? I'm not high on Nate Borkacher, dude. I'm not high on him at all. The 2nd round's insane to me. Yeah, I'm good with that. That's fine. I'm not worried about that. Garish wanted him in Houston. I don't know. Or are you talking about Grenard or are you talking about Nate Borkacher? Yeah, I'm good on that. Good for Jacksonville for taking him. Over Max Clare is insane. I would have taken Sam Roush before I took him. I would have taken Michael Trigg before I took him. I would have taken Jolie before I took him. I would have taken... Dude, I would have taken probably like more players than that. But those are the ones that are top of mind. So... Yeah, the Jacksonville Jaguars pick definitely makes up for the CJ Allen to the Colts. You got to balance it out, right? And honestly, it could have been worse for us with the Titans because the Titans getting Keldrick Falk and Carnell Tate, it could have been worse. It could have been worse. People had the audacity to say Rutledge was a reach, and Jack said, hold my beer. Yeah, dude, if I'm saying Rutledge is a reach, I mean, this dude... I was thinking day 3 for sure on this guy. Yeah, I was thinking day 3 to like, unless he had some resurgence, you know, later, like really late. I just didn't hear any reporting on this guy. Let me see if the Texans had him on the visit because I thought I saw they did. No, the Texans didn't even bring him on a visit. It was Joe Royer, Miles Kiltzman, Max Clare, and Will Kakamarek. So yeah, the Texans didn't even do that. You know what could happen, guys? Maybe Emmanuel Pregnon just fucked up his interviews. It could be that. Because the Houston Texans met with Emmanuel Pregnon. And maybe he just completely trashed his interviews. Maybe he came in like a gangster or something. I don't know. Pradish, I'm with you. Yeah, I would go as far as to say I did not think this dude was going to get drafted. Taking him in the second round. Dude, this Jacksonville Jaguars general manager has no idea what the hell he's doing. I mean, he genuinely... I am sure Jacksonville Shans are in shambles. Let's go find their Instagram, and I want to see what they're saying, actually. I want to see what they're saying about this guy. Let's see. Let's read the comments, because this can't be positive, right? No way we're gaslighting. Oh, they haven't posted yet. They haven't posted on it yet. Okay, when the Jaguars post, I want to keep an eye on it. I don't want to see what the fans say. Let's see. Go to their latest post. This is why we trade up. Yeah, they have Brenton and Hunter Long there as well. People are pissed off. That's funny. 3 catches in 2025. They're so mad, dude. They're so mad. They're so mad. Oh man, I don't blame him, dude. That's funny shit. That's funny, bro. Someone said the Texans defense is like the Avengers. I tend to agree. Yeah, the Jacksonville Jaguars really didn't have a first-round pick. They go, you know what we need at the end of the second round? Let's go get that tight end out of A&M. That's literally on, I'm sorry, nobody's radar. That dude is not good, okay? I'm sorry, he is not good. And you already have a solid tight end room. It must be Liam Cohen, dude. That feels just like a Liam Cohen pick. Liam Cohen must believe in that guy, but like, there's a lot of decent receivers on the board too. Like, I'm much more scared of a receiver that's going to, that's going to be on the field more, you would think. Yeah, the Jaguars have taken leaps backwards. It's actually insane. I mean, their free agency was terrible, if I remember correctly. The Jaguars have gone leaps backwards. I'm probably more scared of the Titans than the Jags, and I'm being dead ass. The Titans spent $100 million on their team. They got John Franklin Meyer. They just got Carnell Tate. They got Keldrick Falk. They've upgraded their corners. They got Saleh as the head coach, Brian Dable as the offensive coordinator. So yeah, I'm probably more scared of the Titans than I am of the Jags. But if they want to go keep trading up for dual threat players, go ahead. Go ahead and do that. Absolutely insane. Not even a top 5 tight end in the draft. I would say he's not even top 10. I don't even think he's top 10. And I could look stupid for saying that. Maybe this guy becomes an all-pro, but that's such a reach. It's not even funny. That's an insane reach. All right. The Chicago pick is in, and then we've got Cleveland, and then we've got Houston. And the third round is looming, so we could see if Houston trades back. Could be a possibility. We'll see. Feels like Chicago might... Or no, they already got their center, if I'm remembering correctly. Didn't they already draft their center? Or not draft. They already got their center out of free agency. Am I misremembering that? Or is he not good? I can't remember. It's all getting put together. I think there's a real chance the Texans take a receiver, and the memes are going to be crazy, but I think it's a real chance.
Where's those Bear fans at? I'm liking those cheese grater hats, my man. Grate that cheese right up. I love it. With the 57th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Logan Jones, center.
Wow, I called it, dude. I literally called it. That's crazy. I literally called it. I knew the Bears were going to take a center. That's insane. Guys, what happened to Pregnon? We need to have a conversation here. This is insane. It is insane that Logan Jones goes before Emmanuel Pregnon. Is Logan Jones the best center in this class? He's my third center. I have Connor Liu and Sam Hecht ahead of him. So that's really interesting. I think Connor Lew is better. If you want to say injury, fine. Okay, what about Sam Hecht? Jake Slaughter, I think, solid as well. So, yeah, you knew the Bears needed a center, but this is absurd. This is terrible draft value. This is what I mean. Like, great, you got your starting center at what cost? Second round pick. When do they pick next? It's just bad value, dude. It's bad value in a stacked center class. I don't like the center pick here. Not my team, obviously. Don't really care, but okay, Cleveland traded. This is important because they traded. They were right in front. Or no, they traded up to get in front of Houston, correct? Yeah, the way these graphics work hurts my eyes. Okay, Cleveland is selecting. Yeah, if Rutledge is... you look, if Rutledge plays center, he's center one in the draft. And again, that's why I'm like, why are we drafting a center in the first round? My thing would be, he's a center this year who's going to move to guard. Logan Jones isn't moving to guard. Logan Jones is sticking at center. So that's why the Rutledge pick makes more sense while it doesn't. Like, yes, you're asking this guy who's never played center to play center, but he can always move back to guard. Cleveland's pick is in, and then Houston will be right up next on the clock. Wow, they could do so much stuff here, guys. They could do so much stuff here. Let's see who the Browns select. Who are they going to snipe? Who are they going to snipe? Oh my God, I thought it was Pregnon. Oh no, they could do it. Oh no, Houston could do it. We could do it. We could take Pregnon here. Dude, he said Emmanuel, and my mind just went to Pregnon immediately, not realizing Emmanuel McNeil Warren was still on the board. So I don't know what EMW did to slide this far. Maybe he like kicked a dog or something, or like spit on someone. I mean, I understand Toledo's not the biggest school in the world, but this dude's phenomenal. I think it's a great selection by the Browns here. I think it's great. Now Houston is on the board. We'll see if they trade back. Again, not going to read chats for a bit just because I don't want to get spoiled. Not that you guys would ever spoil a pick, right? Just kidding. But yeah, I'm not going to read chats for a bit. Let's just wait to see who Houston takes at pick 59. They could go tight end 2. They could go receiver. Or they could go linebacker. They could do anything. They could literally do anything. They could go receiver. They could go linebacker. They could go tight end 2. Houston's pick is in, so they're not trading. All right, real deal. They're not trading. Houston's pick is in. They are not trading out of this pick. They made it pretty quickly, unless this is just behind, like in terms of Cleveland just went quick. But pick's already in for the Texans at pick 59. They could literally do anything here. I like Elijah Surratt. I like, you could sell me on Kyle Lewis. You could sell me on... Trying to think of an edge rusher. I don't know. Maybe I'm not too hot on an edge rusher. Backup corner would be a little crazy. All right, here we go, guys. Here we go.
Themselves from the third round to come up and take the 60th overall pick, but here are the Texans at 59th overall.
How you guys doing?
We're good.
What a great opportunity to announce a pick for the best team in Texas.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Last time the commissioner took my opportunity to talk, so I definitely have to say hello to my 2 children, Jaden and Celeste.
Yeah. Come on.
Give a shout out to the Care League. Last and not least, Bushwood Elite and the Winning Edge. This is special for me because I know this kid personally, which is ironic. With the 59th pick for the Houston Texans, they select Marlon Klein, tight end, University of Michigan.
And Marlon Klein coming over from Germany. That's where he grew up. He's got size and speed. And just when you watch him move around, remind me of
I don't hate it. I don't hate the Marlon Klein pick. Yeah, I mean, you needed a tight end too, so this makes a lot of sense. But it's didn't he come over from Germany? Is this the guy who came over from Germany? Did they just say that? My head's spinning right now. Max Clare was there. Certainly Max Clare was there. Wow, I was just shitting on the Jags for reaching on a tight end. This is karma. This is karma. Karma is just a bitch sometimes, dude. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I don't know if that was the move. He's good. I had Claire and Roush ahead of him. I don't think it's egregious. I mean, I'm gonna have to go back and watch the tape, honestly, because when I watched him the first time, he was not someone I had in my top 5. So I'm gonna have to go back and watch the tape. But a little bit of a reach there. I like the position. I like the position they chose because you needed a tight end. But Max Clare was there along with Sam Roush. And if you wanted a blocking tight end, you could have gone Sam Roush. If you wanted a blocking tight end with really high potential to be a receiver, you could have gone with just gone with Max Clare. But Marlon Klein's a receiver in his own right. Okay, he did come from Germany. I gotta look him up. I haven't looked at this guy in a minute. It's a reach. I mean, 6'6", 250, good size. New to football, so he can develop. It's a complete projection. That's what it is. It's a complete projection. PFF's got him at barely above average receiving grade, 65.3, and a barely above average run blocking grade, 59.9. Dude, he's got so many drops. How many drops does he have? Only 248 yards. This is a complete projection, guys. It's a complete projection. They rolled the dice here. He's got traits. He's young, so I like that. But I mean, they completely rolled the dice here. Went to Germany before coming to America. Played a bit when Colston Loveland went down. Team captain. Oh, God. Is this a team captain pick? We picked him because he's a team captain. 79 yards in 9 games. Is he just going to block for us? But he's not a great blocker, so what the fuck is this dude doing for us? Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, tight end is such a hard position. Tight end is such a hard position to evaluate, which is why you see me struggling here. But certainly he does seem to be a reach, and it feels like, I mean, he's less of a reach than the guy the Jags took. I've actually heard of this guy and watched him, but it's such a projection. I mean, it's a huge projection that they're making. And look, you can't hate on it because the upside's there. Hoping he can learn behind Dalton Schultz, but I mean, shoot, Eli Stowers or Marlon Klein, like, sorry if I'm rooting for Eli Stowers any day of the week. I understand he wasn't there, but hell, I mean, interesting pick to say the least. It's the most intriguing. By far the most intriguing pick out of all of them. Probably the biggest reach out of all of them as well. It's just, I got to go back and watch him. Honestly, I don't know. Do y'all have anything on him, man? Gurish said we have the Avengers on defense. I'm pissed. I wanted to get Jalen Kilgore, epitome of a project tight end. Hopefully he can learn receiving behind Schultz. Dude, I'm looking at his grades, and it's like, you're not a good receiver, so I have to project you in the receiving game. Surely you're a good blocker. He's not a good blocker. The selling point with him is that he's 6'6" and 250. And 23 years old. Young, new to football, but shows the mentality to develop into a high tight end too. That's what it says. High tight end too with blocking. It's a projection. It's a project. Anthony Hill goes to the Titans. Okay, that's fine. Anthony Hill to the Titans, guys. Yeah, I mean, Marlon Klein's trainable, but like Max Clare has given you and shown you way more. And I think Max Clare is going to be a lot better pro than he was in college. I can't say the same about this Marlon Klein dude. It's such a big question mark. It's the definition of an I don't know. It's an I don't know pick, but it feels like a big reach. So should have went dunker. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I like the position they chose. See, I like this because at least I can agree. Like, think about it. They drafted a guard, a D tackle, and a tight end. Those are the three biggest positions of need that I've been preaching this whole offseason. So I like the idea of going with that position. But Marlon Klein in the second round, surely you could have gotten him in the third. I mean, is anyone going to debate this with me? I feel like he would have been there in the third. Maybe not because of the Jags, but that's extremely interesting to me. I'll tell you what, if Marlon Klein doesn't pan out, it's going to be such an embarrassing mistake because Max Clare was right there. So we'll see. We shall see. Rams are on the board right now. I believe they traded up. Oh, Tavon Austin's giving it. That's kind of cool. God, yeah, we're fucked. We're fucked. We're fucked. Are you kidding me? McVay just took Max Clare. So what am I missing? Yeah, it's over. Yeah, it's terrible. McVay just traded up for Max Clare once he saw the Texans be idiots and take Marlon Klein. Like, come on. Come on, man. Max Clare just went to the Rams. That makes me feel so much worse about this pick because McVay likes him. And if McVay likes him, he's probably pretty good because McVay has a good history of drafting tight ends. And unlike the Texans, McVay drafts guys who are actually good, who have shown you something. Yeah, Max Clare going to the Rams makes me feel way worse about that pick. Not going to lie. Wow. Buffalo has traded back up, and we'll see that in the next picks. JG says, I bet someone made a typo. That would be terrible. Prodish says he wanted Anthony Hill. No Anthony Hill. Max Clare going 2 picks later burns a bit. Yeah, McVay probably thought the Texans were going to take Max Clare. And when they didn't, he was like, okay, I'm there. Boom, trade, bang. Shadow Bullet says, if he works out, I'm saying Caserio got bailed out on this one because these are all fantasy numbers. Yeah, it's a complete projection. Projects. So I don't want to ever hear the Texans say that they don't care about projecting. Not that they have, but the Texans sometimes act like they have to see it. And this pick goes against everything that stands for because you don't see it with him. You see flashes, but there's flashes everywhere. It's a complete projection. I hope he proves me wrong. But, I didn't have him top 10. So, you don't love to see that. And yeah, Max Clare going 2 picks later kind of ruins it for me. Kind of ruins that pick. I was trying to be positive, but Max Clare going 2 picks later kind of ruins that pick for me. 559 Texan with the super chat. Really appreciate that, man. He says, what's wrong with Marlon Klein, brother? Boatload of potential. What's wrong with Marlon Klein is Sean McVay took Max Clare 2 picks later. So I agree with you. There's a boatload of potential there. He's 6'6", 250. Apparently he's a receiver. I haven't seen much of that, and he has a high drop rate. And apparently he can be a good pass or run blocker. But yeah, it's a lot of potential. You're right. I feel worse about it because Max Clare just went to McVay, and I think McVay is an offensive mastermind, especially when it comes to his tight ends. So, Shadow Bullet says he is potential, man. He is graded as a UDFA. We take him at 15. Nice. Was he graded that low? Was he actually? I don't know if he was graded as a UDFA. don't know if he was that low. He is potential, man. He's great as UVA. Pradish says straight Megumi Fushiguro. Is that the JJK reference with the shadow dude? Bro, you're tapped in. You watch JJK, that's tapped in, bro. With all the shadow puppets or whatever. That's fire. Yeah, but I don't want to be drafting a project at 58 or 59. Like, if he turns into that, that's great, but come on, man. 559 Texan, appreciate the super chat, man. Really appreciate you supporting. That's awesome. You are the first super chat I have ever gotten on this channel, so shout out to you. I'm going to screenshot that, and you're always going to have a place in my heart on this channel, 559. Really appreciate that. If you have seen JJK, yeah, Jujutsu Kaisen, Megami Fushiguro. I didn't know we had JJK fans in the chat. That's fire. Love it. Fire. Okay, who the hell are the Bills picking? Bills pick is in. Feels like it's been in forever. Okay, Bills are making their selection. Like, bro, who was going to take him that early to the point where we had to get him at 59? Casario saw the Jags take one. Maybe he panicked a bit. I mean, he didn't trade up for him, which is nice. They probably had him and Max Clare similarly, and they both happened to be there, like in the same band. And they just went with the higher upside guy, which I don't hate. I mean, Dalton Schultz can hold it down, but you're just one injury away from having to rely on a project. That's what's a little scary. Wow. Wow. Buffalo just took Davison Igbinosun. I'm sorry, who? Do I not know ball? Oh, I'm tripping. I don't know if I would have taken him over Kilgore, but good for them, I guess. How many corners have gone off this round? Because I feel like there's no way that Kilgore should still be available here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 corners taken in the second round. McCoy is still out there. Do you think there's a chance that the Texans take McCoy and just say, hey, man, figure it out with his knee? Because that dude's so good. Tangents asks, they had a 30 visit with Claire, right? Yes, they did. They did have a 30 visit with Claire. Didn't draft him, though. Let's see if they had I think they had a visit with Klein, too, though. No, they didn't. They didn't. They didn't have a 30 visit with him. So I guess the 30 visits don't matter because they didn't have a 30 visit with Rutledge either. Casario said we didn't need one, which is fine. They had one with Caden McDonald, though. So sorry, I was just trying to see, like, maybe they're just not doing 30 visits with anyone. But no, they had one with McDonald. Klein is so happy to be drafted. His family going to Texans Twitter to see the whole base calling him fucking ass. Hey, man. That's got to be the worst feeling. Like imagine if you're Ty Simpson, your dream of being a first-round quarterback comes to fruition, and the damn head coach doesn't even want you there. The whole fan base is calling you ass. Yeah, dude. Guys, we have to be nice to Klein. He's a project. He could turn into the next Dalton Kincaid. He could turn into the next George Kittle, guys. Come on. Lay off my boy. He's German, man. He's German. We got to support the German fans. Wasn't Jakob Johnson also German? Do the Texans just have an affinity for these German players? Because I think Jakob Johnson, the fullback, was also German, and he made the team. So that's interesting. Jermon McCoy is 19 on Daniel Jeremiah's best available board. His knee is toast. Yeah, his knee is completely toast, honestly. That's what we can conclude there. Zeus says, this draft makes me want to drop down and paint my nails like Caleb Williams. What the fuck? Wait, why? The draft makes you want to paint your nails? Dude, Rutledge is like the opposite of that. They had a 30 visit with Claire, yes. Oh, I missed that, yeah. Dog, our GM is making either 10,000 IQ moves or Watson type of moves. I'm not going to read into that more than I need to. Whoa, Jake Slaughter goes to the Chargers. 2 centers in the second round. Did Keelan Rutledge start all of this? So I had Connor Lew and Sam Hecht above Logan Jones and Jake Slaughter. So I just need to stop evaluating centers because I'm not good at it, obviously. It is kind of hard to evaluate centers, I'm not going to lie. But yeah, I had Connor Lew, Sam Hecht, Jake Slaughter, Logan Jones. Well, Logan Jones and Jake Slaughter were kind of like even for me, but yeah, I suck at evaluating centers. So there's that. The Texans cannot be serious about trying to win a Super Bowl, not with the picks they are picking. Come on, Livelies. You don't want a developmental tight end who was ranked 138 on consensus board at 59? Nah, come on, man. What do you mean? You're not a true fan, man. You're a fake fan, man. Come on. You don't want a project tight end who's going to have to get tight end 1 snaps if Dalton Schultz gets hurt at 59? Come on, man. You're a hater. When Max Clare goes 2 picks after to the Sean McVay, and Sean McVay was grinning ear to ear, dude. There was no Ty Simpson vibes with that. Sean McVay was going, that's what he was looking like, dude. Nick Casserole got the best blocking tight end. If Klein is this elite blocker, it'll at least help Stroud from not being an idiot. I'm missing the fact that he's a good blocker. I'm not seeing that. Let me look at some more scouting reports on him. Okay, he's viewed as a plus run blocker. I stand corrected. I got to watch him again, dude, because I didn't, he's such a project. Dude, he's ranked like, he's not even ranked top 10 on NFLDraftBuzz.com. He's not even ranked top 10. It's Sadiq Stowers, Claire, Roush, Michael Trigg, Jolie, Endries, Royer, Delp, Raridon. Yeah, it's a reach. But again, if he hits his ceiling, I mean, I hope he'd be good. Okay, so here's what I'm reading into now. He was a terrible blocker. Here's what happened, so I can clear up the record. He was a terrible blocker in 2024. Then apparently he took a bunch of coaching in the offseason, worked his ass off, and apparently he was like a decent blocker in 2025. So I think Caserio is seeing the improvement go up, seeing the fact that he's a team captain, probably glazing that because, you know, they like their team captains. So. Prodish brings up a good point. He says, at least it's not pregnant. And by pregnant, I'm assuming he means pregnon. Pregnon must have literally called like all the coaches bitches or something, dude. What did Pregnon do? Did he like, is there an injury concern we don't know? Is he like a felon? Did he have a drinking and driving accident? Is he like racist or something? Like, I don't know, dude. I have no idea. Is he just a terrible teammate? Do his teammates hate him? What the hell happened to Pregnon? I mean, he's about to be in the 3rd round, dude. You're about to see Pregnon fall to the 3rd round. It's kind of insane. War says rather gave that pick for Pitts. Yeah, I think Pitts is a much better player, but the tight end need is bigger. So again, I like the position they picked. I would have felt a lot better if that was Max Clare, but who knows? Maybe in a year from now, we're going to be like, dude, that Klein kid, remember when Remember, it's like Woody Marks 2.0, right? Like no one really watched him, and then he's great. So maybe we'll get the Woody Marks treatment with Klein. That's what we got to be hoping for. Of course, Woody Marks was a third rounder, right? Or was he a fourth rounder? I think he was a fourth rounder, so there's that. But Nick is being like Belichick when he drafted Cole Strange. Pretty good analogy. Bud Clark, the safety, sneaks into the second round. I love Bud Clark. I thought he was a third rounder. But yeah, I don't hate that. See, that's a reach I can get behind. I can get behind Bud Clark sneaking into the end of the second round. Yeah, I can get behind that. I don't know about picking Klein at 59. So improving ain't gonna win me a Super Bowl next year. Pregnon likes toes, TMZ said. I hope that's a joke. That's got to be a joke. I'm not going to take that seriously until I get like a real, until I get multiple people agreeing in the chat. That's funny though. What a slide. Yeah, people don't like the Marlon Klein pick, so we're aligned on that. All right, the Texans don't have a third round pick, I believe, because they traded away 91, right? Yeah, they traded away 91 to the Raiders. So the Texans literally do not have a third round pick. Let's see what their capital looks like. They have an early fourth, a mid fourth. They have an early fourth and a mid fourth. They have the first fifth. So they have a lot of capital to move back into the third. So I'll obviously keep the stream on. But as of right now, the Texans do not have a third round pick slated. That escaped me somehow. To be honest, I wanted Zach Branch because he's a Tank Dell replacement and went to my school. I think Branch got arrested. So there's that. I'm pretty sure Branch got arrested, but yeah, he's a good player. I like him as a player. We need to remember Caserio has a lot more info than we do. They wouldn't have considered him unless there's an X factor. I agree. And again, I don't hate taking projects. I don't hate that at all. I actually kind of like it because you buy low on a guy and he has a chance to skyrocket. But this is definitely a big project. This if they hit this pick, it's going to be big. If they miss, it's going to be like, what the F were you doing? Max Clare was right there. So there's boom or bust potential right here. Michael kind of touched on it, so that's it. Texans done for the night. They don't have a third round pick right now. That could change because they have 2 fourths and an early fifth, the earliest fifth, the top of the fifth. So they have an early fourth, a middle fourth, and the first fifth. So they could move back in. Why is every team trying to rage bait their fans with these heart saucy picks? Heart shaking picks? Heart something picks? Michael says, go get Dunker. He's your boy, man. I am going to be sad if the Texans don't draft Dunker because Michael, I'm going to feel sad for Michael because of how much he's been advocating for him. Shadow says, recovering from our last fumble of a pick, where do we look to? So we went guard slash center, we went D tackle, we went tight end. Receiver, I think receiver in the third round could be big. And then like backups, I'd say depth. Center maybe, receiver, center, backup corner. I don't think you go running back, but you could see another running back come off in the third. If Pregnon falls really far, like day 3, do we pick him? Dude, if Pregnon's available in the 5th round, 4th or 5th round, I would take him. Because at that point, what could possibly be wrong with him? Yeah, I would pick Pregnon. I mean, Pregnon has a better chance of getting quality minutes than any other fifth rounder on the planet right now. At least with our knowledge right now. I guess maybe a running back could be thrown in there, but is it wide receiver then running back top of the fifth? Yeah, I would say running back top of the fifth. I'm down to see a wide receiver. Nick Caserio has always picked wide receivers. He always likes to do that. So, yeah. Backup corner late. I agree. Malik Muhammad out of Texas. It's a fun corner name. Kilgore. Is Kilgore still there? I think Kilgore is still available, right? Okay, Angel has confirmed this. Pregnon likes toes, TMZ said. All right, y'all are really going to make me look this up on my search history. This is interesting. Does Emmanuel Pregnon like toes? Can't believe I'm looking this shit up. No, he does not. The fuck? Why did I look this up, dude? Y'all are trolls. Y'all really just made me ask if Emmanuel Pregnon likes toes. Even if he does, why would that matter? Oh my God, dude. I'm so mad I looked that up. Yeah, I don't know why he's falling. Whoa! Carson Beck. Carson Beck to the Cardinals. Carson Beck at the top of round 3. Bang. And you thought it was over. You thought the interesting picks were done. No, sir. Carson Beck. Compete with Gardner Minshew, baby. Such a brutal pick, but you have to get some competition in that room. I do not believe Carson Beck can be a quality starter in this league. Picking a quarterback in the 3rd round and asking him to be a starter usually doesn't go well. I think Carson Beck could be maybe a solid backup, but I guess he'll compete with Jacoby Brissett, right? Shit, I don't know about that, though. Shadow says he liked Claiborne's raw speed. I like it, too, and Claiborne's definitely a guy you could take day 3. Still can't believe we didn't take Claire or Roush. Went with an upside pick in a win now year. Yeah, I second that. For the 3-headed running back monster, what speed back are you looking to? I like Claiborne. Like, you name the guy I like. I like Claiborne out of UCF, right? Why am I brain farting? Yeah, or Wake Forest, not UCF. The colors trip me up. Wake Forest. Knew it was one of the two. Yeah, my search history is effed because 2 people in my chat told me that Emmanuel Pregnon likes toes, and that's the reason he's falling. So I did look that up. If Mike Washington Jr. is there late, what are your thoughts? I go to Arkansas, so I know the fumble issues, but he is the speed back. So here's the thing with Mike Washington. He has no vision. So you're asking me to take a speed back who needs to be in a straight line, but who can't make the appropriate jump cuts to get going in a straight line. I am really low on Mike Washington. If you tell me we draft Mike Washington in the 5th round, awesome. Let's do it. I love it. But I don't like Mike Washington Jr. In the 3rd round at all. I'm assuming you're asking in the 3rd round. If you're asking late round pick, sure, go for it. If Mike Washington or Emmett Johnson or Seth McGowan, any of those guys are there, sure. But yeah. As of right now, I'm feeling like you did when we picked Rutledge. I'd rather have lit the pick on fire for a Pitts 1-year rental. Yeah, if you're talking about Kyle Pitts, the thing is you have to pay. Oh, okay. And then you're just saying don't pay him, just let him walk. I mean, I don't know. I mean, do I take 1 year of Pitts or... Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. Shit, if I would have known they would have taken Marlon Klein, I would have been begging them to trade the pick for something. Yeah, you're right. You're right, dude. Trade a second for something. I don't know if it would have been enough. I mean, Atlanta paid him, but yeah. Let's see. As of right now, I'm feeling... Oh, you already read that. Who's the receiver from the general manager's old school? Are you talking about a John Carroll receiver? Is there a John Carroll receiver? You're not talking about Bryce Lance at a North Dakota State University. Oh, I think I know who you're talking about. No, I don't. Tell me the name. Also, Coleman Jr. is a nice pick as well. Kevin Coleman Jr. If they want to go late receiver, I like Kevin Coleman Jr. Kenyon Crawford out of Auburn goes. Good on that one. Good on that one. Oh, Shadow, you meant later. Yeah, 5th round, go for it. All for it. I mean, you gotta imagine a running back on this team's getting 3 touches a game, maybe 4. Like, they're not getting many touches. That's why you don't want to take a running back in the 3rd or 4th, because now obviously it changes with injury and you need a room, of course. But yeah, I mean, yeah, 5th round, I'm fine. Zeus, appreciate it. He says he enjoys the channel. Really appreciate that. Tyron Montgomery, yeah, I haven't looked at him that much, honestly. I'm sure you could probably tell since I couldn't remember him off the top of my head. I haven't looked at Tyron Montgomery, so if y'all have opinions on him, let me know, please. I kind of shiver when I hear John Carroll University because everyone on the coaching staff is from John Carroll University, and there's so many ties, and it feels like nepotism, and I'll never trust a player that comes from there. But, I mean, if he's good, I don't know. I mean, on PFF, he's ranked 214, so... He balled out at the Senior Bowl, so he turned heads. Yeah, didn't pay much attention to the receivers at the Senior Bowl. That makes sense. Could you see backup edge and corner with the next 2 picks? Could I see backup edge and corner? I don't know if I could see both, but I could see one. Don't know if I could see both. I could see one. Let's see. Who's still here? Problem is, like, you're thinking... Oh, Romello Height's still here. Romello Height hasn't been taken out of Texas Tech. That's surprising. I'm not a big fan of Sutton. Dennis Sutton, not a big fan of him. But Romello Height's interesting. LT Overton. There's some good names. I mean, you could throw like a late round dartboard, like a Caden Curry type of player. Prada says, but he's like 25. Yeah, I agree. He's old. I guess, yeah, according to the Texans, they're not going to draft old players, which I don't exactly hate, because by the time you get to the second contract, the dude's like 30. So it makes sense, but... Zeus says, what other position do we need? I want to see a receiver. It feels like a lot of receivers are falling, and Xavier Hutchinson's in a contract year. Tank Dell's probably not going to be the same. Let's just call a spade a spade. So you're relying on Higgins, Nico, and Knoll. So I'd like receiver. If you want to go back up corner, but you have Jalen Smith, so I don't know if they do that. Edge, I'd go back up edge. I'd say receiver or backup edge right now. And then obviously center, if they want to do center. I'm not a huge fan of center anymore, but... Yeah, I'm thinking receiver and then edge. Because a backup edge is going to get on the field a lot more than a backup corner. Because D'Amico Ryan subs those guys out. So, yeah, I think backup corner is going to be... Or backup edge is going to be a lot more valuable. Vikings pick back-to-back. I could see them trading out of that. They pick 97 and 98. I could see them trading out of that. Wow, they pick at 82 as well. They have 3 third-round picks. Vikings could be a trade target. Jags pick twice. Just seeing where the picks are. Eagles pick is in. What kind of receiver do you lean towards, a true slot or a true X? I mean, probably a slot because I think Higgins and Knoll are like your true X's. And you're kind of missing that speedy receiver, almost like a gadgety type of player, kind of like what Tank Dell was. So I'd probably go that. I mean, you would hope you have that in Knoll, but you don't know for sure because they never played him. So that sucks. But could the Eagles take Pregnon here because they have the great offensive line coach? Wow, Markel Bell. Makes a lot of sense. 6'9", 350 pounds. This early in the third feels a little early to me. I was more of a Markel Bell at pick 100. But, I mean, they're thinking they can just develop him. He's freaking enormous. We all know Howie Roseman likes to draft big-ass offensive linemen and just pray they work out. Do I see Pregnon falling to the fourth? I would be shocked. I would be shocked if Pregnon falls to the fourth because the Chargers could take him. Or actually, they took a center. You would think the Chargers could take a guard. I want to know what he did. I want to know what Pregnon did. Like, there's got to be someone talking about it, right? This is a crazy slide. Okay, Jonathan M. Alexander said, tight end Marlon Klein said he wanted to be drafted to Houston. He texted tight ends coach James Ferentz this morning and told him to make it happen. He liked the toughness they play with and the family environment. Marlon Klein got his wish. I don't give a damn what Marlon Klein wants. Fuck out of here with that, bro. I don't care what Marlon Klein wants. I want what's best for the team, bro. Get out of here with that. I don't care. I don't care what he said. Zeus says, even if we do trade up, who is worth it? I think there's a receiver out there that's worth it. I'm a big Elijah Surratt guy. Trade up for Elijah Surratt. I love that. That's what I would do. Hell, I would have taken him in the second. I like Elijah Surratt. Brazel's still there. Skylar Bell's still there. There's good receivers out there, man, if they want to make it happen. Sam Roush to the Bears. Okay, so this is concerning, right? Let's back up a bit. So Sean McVay, offensive mastermind, takes Max Clare. Ben Johnson, offensive mastermind, takes Sam Roush. The Houston Texans take Marlon Klein. Dude, this pick is looking worse and worse and worse. This pick is looking really bad now. He better grow into something. He better blossom. He better spread his wings and fly, dude. I don't give a damn what that dude wanted, man. Two offensive geniuses. Nick Caley's not an offensive genius. I'll tell you that right now. Two offensive geniuses just selected two quarterbacks that pretty much everyone had above Marlon Klein. Very concerning. Very concerning. Let's go back to the chat. War Daddy, did I hear them right? Klein is a 6-year college athlete, and he just scored his first TD in 2025. Is he? He's not that old, though. He's 23. I thought he was in Germany. No, yeah, I don't think that's right. He's just, he's a true senior, isn't he? I don't know. As a Michigan fan, okay, so we got a Michigan fan in the chat. Wow, official. As a Michigan fan, was surprised at the Marlon Klein pick at 59. I think it has to do with his blocking skills for the run game. Oh, the 49ers take Romello Height, so he finally goes off the board. Good pick at that point. I don't hate Romello Height like some people do. I think he's fine. That's pick 70. I think it's a good pick. Marlon Klein is such a terrible pick. I couldn't care less what Marlon Klein wants. I'm with you. I also want to be drafted by y'all. I like the money and family environment. You might get your wish, dude. All you need is the right number and ask nicely and you get drafted. Yeah, that's not something I would have wanted leaked. I don't give a damn what Marlon Klein wants, bro. Sam Roush and Max Clara right there. All right, Washington is up next. Let's just keep an eye out to see if there's any trades. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything yet. Caden McDonald is getting a lot of love on the internet just because, you know, he had to spend a night in the green room. I love it, man. I love it. I love the fact that Caden McDonald's getting love as he should. Good for him. Good for Caden McDonald, man. That warmed my heart watching him get drafted finally to the Texans, of course. That was nice. That was a nice little additional part of it as well. So I like that a lot. Maybe Bill O'Brien saw swarm mentality in Klein. Maybe, dude. He's swarm. The only way they redeem this garbage is by trading up for Deion Burks. That's certainly an option. As NFL Plus has kicked me out again. I guess I'm just not active enough. There we go. I'm surprised the receivers. When's the last time we've seen a receiver get taken? The receivers, that shit? I mean, surely I was just giving a whole speech about how receivers always get taken because they're a valuable position. We haven't seen a receiver taken in a minute. So 3 got taken in the second round. None in the third round so far. Crazy. You guys a refresher. So Stribling was a reach, but he's a receiver that went. Then Basantis, McDonald. What a beautiful pick at 36. Love it. Denzel Boston, thought he could have been a first rounder. Jeremy Bernard, really loved him. And that's it. And no more receivers so far. Interesting. Stribling went. Yeah, Stribling went top of second round. Engineer. Rockets are down by 6 in the third quarter. It is 67-61 Lakers. 67-62, Reed Shepherd hits his free throw. I find it very disheartening that the Rockets can't put away a Luka and Austin Reeves-less Lakers team. But I guess that's a conversation for a different day. Keontae Scott's still out there. Jermon McCoy, Kyle Lewis, Pregnon, Antonio Williams, Caleb Tiernan, Malachi Fields, Jennings Dunker, Chris Bell. A lot of names out there still. Maybe they do that thing where they like flip. They reach really high on the player and then they get someone who falls to the bottom. You'd hope you could see that again. Washington's pick is in. Washington's pick is in. Former Texan Laramie Tunsil is on the Commanders. All right, dude. Just get the selection over with, man. Come on. Oh my god, dude. This doesn't need to be a whole thing. Just get the pick out, bro. Stop. You get 10 seconds. You get 10 seconds on the mic. That's it. That's all I want to see. That's all I want to hear. I can't hear much more. I can't do it. Oh my god, he's still going, dude. I need a snack, man. I'm starving. Starving, bro. I have nothing to eat in the fridge, bro. The fridge is so cooked right now. It's bad. I have absolutely no food in the fridge. I have no idea what I'm going to eat tonight. Genuinely. Dude, who are you picking? I don't care about your life. I'm sorry. Better be worth it. Oh my god, bro. Spit it out. Antonio, all that for Antonio Williams, dude. Get off the stage. I never want to hear that guy talk again. Is that Rippin or whatever? Yeah, Antonio Williams is a better pick than Klein, but what can you do? What can you do? Man, I really hope the Texans trade up. I think it's actually likely. I actually think it's more likely that the Texans trade into the third round than stick and pick. I think it's more likely they trade up. I mean, you would think they would go after a receiver, maybe just a depth defensive player, an edge. Like, I don't know. It's getting thinner. It's getting thinner. Good for the Commanders for getting that player. Bengals pick is in. Of course it's in because the dude spent 20 minutes talking. Damn, bro. Crack open some mango slices. Excellent.
Cincinnati Bengals select Sicario Davis, cornerback, Washington.
That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Okay, you just get up there and you say the pick number and then you say the name. Sicario Davis, solid player. Very tall. Isn't he like 6'2"? Dorian Finney-Smith is so bad. Sorry. Watching the Rockets game. Not looking great when you turn on the Rockets game and you see Jeff Green getting minutes, but is what it is. Saints pick is in. Wow. Wow. Oscar Delp goes at 73. Wow. I'll tell you what. I'll bet on the upside on Klein more than Delp. I'll tell you that much. But yeah, if you're an Oscar Delp guy, this pick sucks. Sucks for that. Delp to the Saints, not the Raiders. But yeah, it's disheartening for War Actual. Brutal. I need to get some food, man. I'm so hungry. Got any dating advice while we wait for the Texans to trade up? Why do you think I could give you dating advice? That's funny. Maybe we draft a new offensive coordinator in the 4th. I don't know, man. You might need a first for that. You might need a first. Maybe we should have given the second that we burned on Klein. I don't want to say burn. That sounds too mean, but you know what I mean. Giants pick is in. They're starting to speed this up, which I appreciate. If we were in need of a tight end 1 and got Marlon Klein, I would be a lot more pissed. It's just mildly annoying. We can still flame the Jags, though. But we're looking at the Jags like the Spider-Man meme, bro. Oh, wow. Malachi Fields goes. He's a fun player. 6'4". Contested catch winner. Malachi Fields was fun. He's kind of like your prototypical like Nico Collins type receiver, but he's cool. Can the Texans please trade up and get a receiver before they all go? I want to see a receiver, honestly. Whoops. We're still better than anyone in the division and debatably anyone in the conference. And yeah, and we're not going to have to be the have the number 1 schedule, which is nice. That'll be the Jags. So it's also part of the reason why I fear the Titans more than the Jags right now. Shadow, the only thing that's stopping us from getting a Super Bowl is bad quarterback play and injuries. Like, I truly believe that's it. I think the only thing that's stopping us from getting a Super Bowl are injuries and bad quarterback play. And we can control one. Well, I guess we can't control either, but I hope CJ Stroud is doing everything he can to prove himself. Really hope that's what's happening right now. Oh, I just realized CJ Stroud and Caden McDonald crossed paths. They were on the same team, right? Were they on the same team? Maybe not. No, I think so. No, yeah. That's fun. What do you think about the play calling? Does it improve in year 2? It should. I mean, honestly, Nick Caley actually called a good game in the playoffs. Like, he called a good game against the Steelers, and I liked kind of where he was going with the Patriots. Obviously, your quarterback completely wet the bed, so it's hard to grade that. Look, we saw Nick Caley get better. Like, that's the thing. Like, I do believe Nick Caley got better as the year went along. I also believe Nick Caley wants to run the football, and I know D'Amico and Caserio want to run the football. So I think they're just going to try to be a hard-nosed, run the football type of team, let the defense carry, and then whatever good stuff they get out of CJ is kind of like icing on the cake, you know, or cherries on top or whatever. I think they're really going to try to make this a run-heavy team that wins games by controlling the play clock. We saw that, and relying on the defense and turnovers, protecting the ball. That's how I think they'll operate. Unless CJ Stroud turns into like Matthew Stafford, which would be great. I would love it. But you don't know how likely that is. Not very likely at all. So I'm seeing confliction. I don't think people are complaining about tight end being selected in the second round. I think they're complaining about Marlon Klein, which is accurate. Just someone commented, I don't want to see people complain. People quickly forget how bad tight end was against New England when Stover and Schultz went down. Yeah, I mean, our two starting tight ends got injured, so that sucked. So, yeah, it's good that they got a tight end. No one's arguing that. It's just, did they pick the right tight end? Also, the Michigan player going right after the Ohio State player. Kind of funny. Dolphins pick is in. Bobby Slowick, baby. This is Bobby Slowick's pick right here. Bobby Slowick, the new offensive coordinator for the Miami Dolphins. Who's he taking? Who's Bobby got up his sleeve? Caleb Douglas. Okay. Not where I would have gone. Does Surratt? What happened to Surratt, dude? Am I stupid? Like, what am I missing with Surratt? What am I missing? Why is no one drafting Elijah Surratt, and can the Texans trade up and take him, please? Michigan fans on Twitter were all surprised he was drafted at all. That's not a good sign. That's not a great sign. When the fan base is surprised you got drafted, not a good sign. The reporters who ask Nick Caserio questions need to dig into this pick the most. Yeah, it's great. Oh, how were you when Caden McDonald fell into your lap? Like, we don't care, bro. Great pick. Why did you decide to select Marlon Klein when he hasn't shown you anything in the college season? Say it nicer than that, but that's the point that I want to make and I want to ask. The last Ohio State tight end we got wasn't too good, so not getting Max was a good call, in my opinion, mark my words. I mean, you can't scout the helmet, though. Like, Max Clare is a much better prospect than Cade Stover was. You can't scout the helmet. I understand what you're saying, and I'm guilty of it, too. Like, Chase Besantis reminded me of Green, Kenyon Green. But, yeah, I get what you're saying. I get it. Pregnon's still falling. It's amazing. He must have beat a pregnant woman. I think that's the only thing that could have happened. Honestly, he either lied about his age and he's really 30, or he committed battery, maybe an armed robbery. Maybe he just like pissed off every person he came into contact with. Could we see the videos that are in the draft or that are in Pregnon's house right now? This is insane. This is absolutely insane. Steelers are on the board, and they're about to pick. Rockets down by 3 with 1:30 left in the third. Will the Steelers pick him, you think? Steelers might pick him. Okay, we saw a trade. I think Green Bay just moved up. Nothing on the Texans side, though. Whoops. Wow. Ho. Drew Allard to the Pittsburgh Steelers in the 3rd round. You might as well have lit the pick on fire. I hate it. I get they had to do it. I understand they had to do it because apparently Aaron Rodgers hasn't told them anything. But Drew Allard has all of the traits, all of the arm, all of the heights, all of the weights, all of the size. He just doesn't look like a natural thrower of the football. That's the problem. The problem with Drew Allard is he doesn't look like a natural thrower of the football. And I'm saying that about a quarterback. So he's got all the traits, though. I thought he would have been cool to roll the dice on like late. 3rd round pick, though, is interesting. I understand why they did it. Shadow says, do you believe that with the totally revamped O-line, we get back rookie CJ Stroud? Yeah, my whole hypothesis on the CJ Stroud thing in about a sentence is the hit stacked up against him and his ego got bruised and now he's scared and he doesn't understand the system. That's basically what I think happened to CJ Stroud. Had an ego, realized defenses caught up, got hit a lot, 2 concussions, and now he's scared and not having fun playing football. Obviously, I think if the line gets better, the pass protection gets better. But if you give him a really good run game, like if you give him like a top 10 run game, top 7 run game in the league, yeah, I think he'll feel a lot better because he doesn't have to do all the heavy lifting. Make him more of like a game manager type. War Daddy Actual is still hung up on the tight end pick. Man, we clown the Jags for picking a random tight end. Then we do it 3 picks later. Karma. It's karma, dude. I should have kept my big mouth shut when they selected that dude from A&M. Should have kept my mouth shut, but yeah. I'm a little surprised that Drew Allard went in front of Klubnik, but not really. I don't think either one of them is very good. So Green Bay is in, and then we get a divisional opponent. So after this Green Bay pick, we have Indiana, which will be cool to see. Then we have 2 picks, and then we have Jacksonville, which will also be cool to see. And then we have 6 more picks, and then we have Jacksonville again. So Jacksonville could do some damage right now, assuming they don't trade out of it. Jacksonville can do some damage right now. Shadow brings up a good point. If we can get 21 points on the board, we will win every game. We had a hard time doing that some games, though, I will say. Like the first 2 games we lost, we scored less than 20 or 20 or less, right? We lost against and the Jacksonville Jaguars too. Wow, Chris McKellen goes to Green Bay. That's interesting. I mean, interesting fit there. Interesting pick there from Green Bay, Chris McClellan out of Missouri. I would have taken Proctor over him, Caleb Proctor. And probably would have taken Grayson Halton over him as well. But, I mean, this is a big boy, so I get it. I get it. Don't forget Caleb Kirst, CJ with the zesty vibe. Man, I gotta read these before I read them out. Caleb Kirst, CJ with the zesty virus, but we got Ginger to help us lift the curse yesterday. Just got the Ginger to beat it out of him, eh? It's one way to look at it. Yeah, ever since CJ Stroud made those comments to Caleb Williams, it's been a sharp decline. Which sucks because as Texans fans, for some reason, Texans fans become the brunt of the joke as well. It's like, I didn't sign up for this. I didn't sign up for my quarterback making stupid comments. I think when CJ Stroud touched Caleb Williams, I think it all transferred to him. Like he lost his power. It like transferred to Caleb Williams because there's this graphic where it's like touchdown interception ratio post the Caleb Williams and CJ Stroud game. And it favors Caleb Williams quite highly. Although Caleb Williams has the lowest completion percentage in the NFL. So let's not act like Caleb Williams sits on his high horse. I mean, he's clutch. He's Iceman, whatever. Stop skirting balls in the bleeping dirt, dude. Yeah, CJ told him to stop taking those hits, and then CJ proceeded to get sacked 68 times or 63 times, whatever the number is. It's funny, the year CJ told Caleb not to take those hits, I believe CJ was the most sacked quarterback, right? And Caleb was second, if you include the postseason, because CJ got sacked like 10 times in the playoffs. I think it was 62 times total, because he got sacked 8 times against the Chiefs, and then I want to say 2 times against, would it have been the Chargers before the Chiefs? I don't remember. It's all blurring together. So, Michael had to step away. No, the Texans have not made a trade back, but I would probably guess that they will. They haven't yet, though. There's just a lot of teams that could trade out. Like Jacksonville has 3 picks in this round. The Vikings have 3 picks in this round. The Houston Texans have pick 106, which is the 6th pick of the 4th round, and 117, which is the 17th pick of the 4th round. And they also have 141, which is the 1st pick of the 5th round. So the Texans have the first pick in the 5th round, the 17th pick in the 4th round, and the 6th pick in the 4th round. So if they wanted to get back to the 3rd round, they could very easily do it. And I probably would do it, honestly. If I were them, I would trade in. I understand if there's a large grouping of players and they don't feel like they need to, but... Okay, we do need to pay attention to this Colts pick because they have CJ Allen, and this is their 2nd pick. So this could be a good draft depending on who they pick here. This could be a very good draft depending on who the Colts pick here. Wow, McAfee's coming out again. That's kind of crazy. McAfee is like the only good thing, I think, to come out of Indianapolis. Dude, the Rockets are about to lose again. I can't. It's whatever. Jabari with a tough shot. Good shot on him. Sorry, I take it back. This is getting annoying. Tell us the pick. You already did this once, McAfee. I get you're an entertainer, but come on. It's pick 78, dude. AJ Halsey, safety out of LSU. I don't hate the pick. I guess they're feeling like they just need to go all out on defense. Only 9 minutes left in the Rockets game. They're down by 5. It's so brutal. Michael says he's shocked Pregnon and Dunker are still there. Yeah, I'm shocked Pregnon's still there. So the thing I read on Dunker is like he's supposed to be a tackle, but he's not good enough to be a tackle, so that's why he's a guard. And maybe teams just don't, they're scared to take him and just move him to guard. I don't know. I think Pregnon's the Shador. Emmanuel Pregnon's 100% the Shador of the draft. It's probably just age. It's just his age and the fact that the NFL doesn't value his talents that well. They must see him as a huge project. All right, Falcons pick is in. They are announcing it. No trades that I can see from the Houston's point of view. What is the last pick in this round? Let me just see. It's 100, right? That makes sense. 100. 20 spots left after this pick. See if the Texans move in. I think they will. I think they will. Zachariah Branch goes wide receiver out of Georgia, goes to the Falcons. It's a good pick, man. It's a good pick. Wow, he looks... Dang, he's got the chrome hearts on. Respect, man. Good for him. Wonder if he fell because of the whole incident. Baltimore and then Jacksonville. I'm going to take a quick restroom break, and I will be right back before the Baltimore pick is announced. Just as promised, I am back just in time for the Ravens selection. Oh, yeah, I forgot I could do this. If you guys aren't subscribed, which I hope you would be, I'm sure you guys all are, don't forget to like and subscribe. That really helps me out, and I appreciate all of y'all's support. Mark Ingram, who you got for us? Daniel Jeremiah said Klein is a second-round tight end in his prediction. That gets me a little more excited. Wow, I did not see that. That gets me a little more excited about him. Depending on how much you trust Jeremiah. Dang, Jacoby Lane goes. Why is Elijah Surratt not getting taken, dude? I think the Texans should trade up and get him. Jacoby Lane's a fun player, too. Surprised they took him over Skylar Bell. Chris Bell is still on the board as well, but I think he's got injury concerns. Big injury concerns. Dion Burks, Elijah Surratt, Skylar Bell. Did Chris Brazel get taken yet? Because this is getting kind of ridiculous. I don't think he did. Am I tripping? Surely he... No, because I went through the receivers. That's why I'm surprised. That's why receiver keeps popping into my mind, because there's really good receivers still on the board. Like, at this point in the draft, why wouldn't you take a receiver? I mean, there's really good receivers on the board. Maybe they're just thinking there's enough to where they don't need to trade up for him, but 4 receivers have gone off in the 3rd round. 5, excuse me. Antonio Williams, Malachi Fields, Caleb Douglas, Zachariah Branch, and Jacoby Lane have all gone off. So We'll see if the Texans make a move, but I don't know. Jaguars picks in. Is this going to be a receiver? Okay, so the Jags picked the dude out of A&M. Let's see if they can do any better with their second pick. Daoud said, came here after not being able to stand another minute of Landry Locker. That's funny, man. I respect Landry Locker. I respect Cody Stoots. Those guys are the GOATs. But appreciate you coming here for the support, man. Jaguars have selected second pick of their selection. Let's see what they pick.
Jacksonville Jaguars select Albert Regis.
It's a good pick. Albert Regis. I mean, I'm not too scared of that. It's a fine pick. Dude, I really want the Texans to get a receiver right now. Ted Hurst, sure. You want to go Ted Hurst? We've all got our players. That's fine. Just give me a good receiver. Give me a good receiver because who knows what Tank Dell is. They never played Jalen Noel and Xavier Hutchinson. I mean, are we really going to continue putting Xavier Hutchinson on the field in do-or-die situations in the playoffs? I love Xavier Hutchinson. He's a 6th-round pick. He's still in the freaking, building after all these years. And I know he's their guy, but I would like a little more talent in there. There's some receivers that are falling. Shouta says, what do you think about potential expansion in the future? What cities, domestic or international, would you like to see get an NFL team? Haven't given it much thought, honestly. I don't have a good answer for you. I'm honestly I'm not against expanding and expansions, but I'm kind of against it if we're going to go internationally just because of how is the scheduling even going to work out? Am I going to have to watch my team at 2 a.m. play the freaking, London Tea Getters? I don't even know, bro. Sorry, that was a terrible joke. I'm tired, man. I'm tired. So, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of, the international expansion team because they can keep their soccer, bro. I don't know why we're playing games there anyway. Keep this in America. War Daddy says, agreed, we need another wide receiver. I agree. The Texans might draft my grandma next pick, says Zeus. I'd hope not. Can your grandma run a 4.4 by any chance? 4.3? Because if she can, line her up in the slot and let's go. So I'm seeing Chris Bell. I'm seeing Chris Brazzell, Skylar Bell, Deion Burks, Ted Hurst. And that's pretty much it. I mean, other receivers have gone. It's just hard to... Everybody's got their flavor of receiver they like. Ooh, Kevin Coleman Jr. I really like Kelvin Coleman Jr. I wouldn't hate Kelvin Coleman Jr. at all. No inklings of a trade back in yet. There's no way Minnesota picks at 97 and 98 and 82. Minnesota's about to pick right now. So maybe when we get off ad break, we'll see something from the 82 spot. Because they pick at 82, 97, and 98. Let me see when they pick in the 4th round. Yeah, they don't even have a selection in the 4th round. So why don't we do a little Minnesota Texans trade? Texans can get their receiver at 97 or 98 maybe. Minnesota did select, so they're picking at 82 right now. Pick's about to be announced. Jags pick at 88. Colts don't have another selection. Titans traded up, so they don't have another selection. Titans haven't had a third-round pick, have they? I don't think so. Yeah, they haven't. Don't believe they have. Oakland and San Diego getting teams back, maybe. I don't know. I don't think Oakland's getting a team back, right? I don't think that's like a ripe spot for a franchise. San Diego, I'm not sure. Vikings are selecting. Big Citrus comes off the board. Dominique Orange out of Iowa State. No more Iowa State Cyclones for the Houston Texans. Big Citrus has gone off the board. Yeah, I mean, Caden McDonald is just a better Dominique Orange. And that's no shade to Dominique Orange, but Caden McDonald is just him on steroids. Literally, I mean, he's huge. I mean, Big Citrus is huge too, but the thing I love about watching McDonald is he's so hard to push back. Like, it never felt like he lost ground. He just held his anchor so well. He's so good. Wow, the Klein hate still going on. What we need is another selection so that Klein can be like, look over there. We need Pregnon to get selected so that Klein can be like, hey, look over here. This is another pick. Klein's had like a full round and a half to just get bombarded on Twitter by Texans fans. Because they have nothing, because they're just waiting. They're like, waiting in the third round. Let me go shit on Klein again. That's totally what's happening, bro. And the fact that the report came out where he was like, take me, bro. Y'all need to take me. Let's do it. Like, come on, man. Panthers are on the board. The Panthers will select. So we get this monologue out of the way. There goes Brazel. Chris Brazel. Wait, how is he going to fit in with McMillan? How is Chris Brazel going to fit in with McMillan? That's interesting. I mean, don't get me wrong, Teterow and McMillan's a lot better, but kind of the same archetype. Little similarities there. So that's surprising. I thought they would have gone for a more gadgety guy. But it's interesting. He's a good receiver. Klein has a very high ceiling, but it's not like we have a good room to have him develop behind. Yeah, I mean, he's going to be taking tight end 2 reps. I mean, he better. You spent a second round pick on him. Like, if you draft Marlon Klein and Cade Stover's better than him, that's a problem. I see that as a problem. So, don't want to hate on the guy, but he kind of needs to be your tight end too. If you're going to spend a second round pick on him, dude, he better have the best training camp on the planet to the fact where he looks like a playable tight end too, because his ass better get in the gym. He better start running routes. He better be as good of a blocker as they say. Because, yeah. DAOUD brings up a good point. Probably the only tight end team captain we know. We only draft team captains. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm all for having good character guys so that they don't do stupid shit off the field that hurts the teams. But we don't need to draft team captains every time, right? I understand it's like a little check mark if he's a team captain. I guess for tight end it makes more sense, but like, I don't want my I don't know, there's some positions where I don't love team captains. Like, I don't want my receiver to be like, my receiver has to be just a little bit of a diva to be good. I know that's ironic because Nico Collins is like the most chill receiver ever, and he's getting underpaid by like a lot, and he hasn't said a peep. So maybe I take it back, actually. I'm fine with the diva-less receivers because Nico Collins is a perfect example. Never mind. Yeah, I just talked myself out of that. Never mind. But yeah, we don't need to be drafting team captains only. I mean, figure it out. Says our tight end room sucks ass. Yeah, I mean, you've got Dalton Schultz, who had a career year last year. He's just getting up there in age. Brevin Jordan can't stay healthy. Cade Stover hasn't taken the leap. This Klein dude's a complete project. The dude we drafted from Iowa in like the 7th round, it seems like he wasn't ready, though. And that's it, right? I don't think I'm missing. That's what, 4 tight ends? Yeah. Yeah, if you get like... oh, never mind. I just reread that. Hopefully Brevin will play a couple of games this year, ... That's so ominous. I thought you were going to say, I thought it read, hopefully Brevin Jordan can be good this year. But you're right. Let's shoot for a couple games first. Let's get you to a couple games, test the waters, and then we can start moving from there. I agree. Totally agree. Yeah, Luke Lachey. Luke Lachey just wasn't ready last year, so hopefully he becomes something. Yeah, Foster Moreau, I mean, he's a body. I'd say if he's your tight end 3, that's fine. Foster Moreau is your tight end 2, though, is where things start getting a little dicey, in my opinion. But I hope someone's the next Woody Marks. Like maybe Marlon Klein's a Woody Marks level of player who I never really scouted because I just overlooked. Wasn't super high on consensus boards, and he just contributes a lot. Now, Woody Marks was the most least efficient runner, but I mean, that's another conversation. All right, pick is in for the Buccaneers. Let's check on this Rockets game real quick. Not like it's, the playoffs or anything. Or not, because my Amazon Prime is crashing. Love that. Oh, wait, no, here we are. I don't know what the score is. They're at commercial, but I'll let you guys know. Let's see who the Buccaneers select. Okay. Long monologue here. So the Eagles gave up a third. They gave up 2/3 and a 7th. Eagles gave up 2/3 and a 7th for Jonathan Grenard. Interesting. And a 4-year, $100 million extension. Wow. Bombshell. Whoa, Rockets are up by 4 points, guys. The Rockets are up by 4 points with 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. That's actually fire. I was not expecting to be leading right now. No, Ted Hurst. Where's War? Where's War Actual? Where's WDA? Your boy got taken, bro. Ted Hurst goes to the Bucks. Ted Hurst goes to the damn Bucks. Brutal. I'm telling you, man, these receivers are going off the board. I'd like to see a receiver get taken. It's not, receivers are always going to see a field. They're always going to get an opportunity. I think we're in another year for Schultz carrying the load. I agree. Brevin Jordan is one of the most snake bit players I've ever seen, but the Texans see enough in him to keep signing him. That speaks volumes. Yeah, I do wonder if it's kind of like a petty signing. It's kind of like, well, we would look like dicks if we just didn't sign this guy. He's had 2 heartbreaking career-ending injuries, so here's a $1 million 1-year contract. I wonder if it's like that. Schultz will be the spotlight again. Too bad he is slow after the catch and can't break tackles. If he goes down, it'll be a tough year. Yeah, he's getting up there in age, too. That's the issue. He's getting up there in age. And he's not the most injury-safe guy. They stole Ibuka from you last year. Dude, I was so high on Ibuka, too. I had Ibuka on my fantasy team, and then I think I traded him like halfway through. I played it perfectly. Nice. Şengün finally putting in work on Jackson Hayes. Up by 4, 2 minutes, 20 seconds left. Who is the worst receiver in this draft you are willing to take? I mean, it just depends on position. I mean, like, I would take Kevin Coleman Jr. I don't think he's bad, though. Like, otherwise I wouldn't take him, you know? I would roll the dice on Jeff Caldwell out of Cincinnati. There's your answer. I'd roll the dice on Jeff Caldwell, ex-receiver, but he's good. Oh, my God. How are we? Oh, dude. No. Oh, my God. Kennard missed the game. He missed the game leading 3. That is insane. Up by 2, guys. A minute 30 left. I might have to pay attention to this Rockets game for a little bit. If y'all are tapped in, you know what's up. Game 3 of the playoffs. Reed Shepherd has the ball. Minute 20 left and counting. 8 on the shot clock. 7, 6. Up by 2. Jackson Hayes on Reed Shepherd. 2, 1. Reed Shepherd gets absolutely fucked in the face by Jackson Hayes. He sent that shit to the shadow realm. Oh my God, Reed Shepherd. I thought he was going to clutch up. Reed Shepherd just got blocked to hell, bro. LeBron has the ball. Minute left on the clock. He's on Şengün. Turns it over. LeBron turns it over. LeBron turns it over with 57 seconds left. Oh my gosh. LeBron, what are you doing? LeBum. Şengün. Şengün scores. We're up 4 and 1. Or no, they called a timeout. Okay. It's looking better. It's looking better. The Rockets are looking better. I hate how much Steelers took a corner. Dalen Everett. Don't really care, honestly. Ahina Kaur, Jeremy Bernard, Drew Allar, and Dalen Everett. Interesting haul. Cleveland is on the clock after a trade. And I don't see any Texans moves yet. We can still wait a bit to see. Man, Şengün finally lived up to the billing, I think. Let's see how many points he has. Give me show me, man. My God. What's his averages? I'll have to look this up later. Up 4 with 50 seconds left. Browns are selecting tackle Austin Barber. Wouldn't have gone there for my tackle, but it's pick 86. I mean, yeah, I don't. He's a huge guy. If you just like big bodies, don't know if I would have gone with Austin Barber there though. To the Browns. Okay, up by 4 with 49 seconds left. Could we buy a game for Durant's ankle? Got to be thinking the Lakers are looking for a quick 2. Just don't sell. Keontae Scott is still available. Very true. Let's see. DAOUD says, let's be happy we have our D tackle and center guard in this draft. Those were the most important holes to fill. If the rest of the players suck, it'd still be a win. That's one way to look at it. They did get their 2 biggest needs filled. I'd like a little more from the draft class, but yeah, I understand where you're coming from. Okay, so guys, if you're paying attention to the draft, Jacksonville picks at 88, then they pick at 100, and Minnesota picks at 97 and 98 back-to-back. So that's 2 teams that have 2 picks, and then Miami picks at 87, and they also pick at like 95 or something. So there could be a trade-out opportunity. A lot of these teams are double-dipping for now. A lot of these teams are double-dipping for now. Nice. Rockets are going to come away with the win. Rockets. Oh, my God. Jabari just turned it over. You're actually kidding me. And Marcus Smart gets fouled on a 3. I hate the Rockets. I hate the Rockets so much. Why can't you close out a game? In other news, the Dolphins selected Will Kakmarek. I haven't looked at this guy, honestly. Ohio State tight end. Texans had a top 30 visit with him. That's about all I can say. Never a super productive player. But Ohio State, so you like the helmet. I trust D'Amico to find good scraps at linebacker, safety, or corner later on, or in undrafted guys. Yeah, that's the other thing, right? It does feel like D'Amico Ryans can turn a box of scraps into a reputable linebacker group, D-tackle group, etc. So that's why you should be going all in on offense. But in order to be going all in on offense, you got to be taking the right offensive players. So Rockets are up 3 with 25 seconds left because of a boneheaded Jayshawn Tate foul. He fouled Marcus Smart on a 3 after Jabari Smith turned the ball over. This team sucks and they need a point guard. Alperen Şengün legacy game. Let's go. Good rotational pieces, yeah. Yep, good rotational pieces for sure. I mean, I trust Logan Hall. Why do I trust Logan Hall? Because D'Amico picked him up. I trust this defense. And, you know, we have to be grateful that we're able to trust our team to do certain things, right? I'm not saying you have to trust everything your team does. I'm not saying you have to agree with the Marlon Klein pick because it's a tight end, you know? But it's nice when you can kind of say, okay, the adults are in charge of the defense. Don't need to worry about that as much. Can we please pick the right tight end? And then they go Marlon Klein and you're like, well, fuck, maybe, I don't know. Maybe. So, okay, Jacksonville's pick is in. So that will be coming up shortly. And then there's 25 seconds left in this Rockets game. So let's just make sure we can close out with a win. Up 3, 25 seconds left. All right. Rockets are inbounding the ball. Şengün's the inbounder, gives it to Reed Sheppard in the backcourt. They're wasting some time. Reed's on LeBron. Reed turned it over. Reed turned it over. Reed turned it over. Reed turned it over and LeBron hit a game-tying 3. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? They turned it over again, and LeBron James just hit a game-tying 3. We were up 6 with 25 seconds left in the game. It is now tied. We were up 6 with 25 seconds left in the game, and it is now tied. 101 to 101. Reed Sheppard's not ready, dude. He's too much of a rookie. Lively says, if you think you can try and figure out how the Texans operate and why they pick what they pick, you will lose your mind. Yeah, I mean, some picks I'm like, I get it. Caden McDonald, I get it, but that's like obvious. And then some picks I'm like, you know, I just hope they're right and I'm wrong. And sometimes they're right and sometimes they're wrong. So, like Blake Fisher, example of them picking a player way too early. Juice Scruggs, same thing. Common theme there is linemen, but Emmanuel Pregnon to the Jacksonville Jaguars at pick 88 overall. Ladies and gentlemen, you will be seeing Emmanuel Pregnon in the division twice a year because he goes to Jacksonville. I mean, I'm not going to say this is a bad pick. Like, what the hell happened to Emmanuel Pregnon for him to slide this low? Let me actually see if I can hear what they're talking about.
But when guys get lined up over him, he can displace them, he can move them, CD.
No doubt about it. You remember when they acquired Brandon Sheriff from Washington, where he finished up things.
Okay, 11 seconds left. Hopefully Şengün can hit a game winner or something. Just don't turn it over and don't foul. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Şengün air balls. Şengün airballs, 0.9 seconds left. We might be going to overtime. Unfucking real. Unfucking real. The Rockets are a pitiful franchise that deserve everything that's happening to them. Unfucking real. Yeah, it does feel like Caden McDonald is... The Caden McDonald-Pregnon matchup is going to be fun to watch, 100%. I do think McDonald has the upper hand, 100%. Yeah. When I die, let the Rockets organization be there so that they can let me down one more time. Because they're very good at it, and I want things to go smoothly. Let's see who the Bears are selecting.
With the 89th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Xavier Thomas, wide receiver, LSU.
Xavier Thomas goes. Wow. Lively says Jacksonville took Pregnon for the purpose of blocking against McDonald. Yeah, it's genuinely not a crazy idea. I could see them thinking, hey, this Texans D-line looks insane. Not just McDonald, but just the D-line in general. We need bodies there. And Pregnon at 88, I mean, it's a good pick. You know, we can shit on the Jaguars all we want. If you would have told me the Texans would have gotten Pregnon at 88, I would have been happy. Like, it's a good pick. I really want the Texans to trade up and get a receiver. All the receivers are going. So the Bears have Dylan Tieneman, Logan Jones, Sam Roush, and now Xavier Thomas. Look, if Ben Johnson drafts a wide receiver, I'm going to think it's a good pick because I think Ben Johnson is smart enough to use that wide receiver. Okay, 49ers pick is in. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 available spots to trade back into. Maybe they trade back into the end of the third round. Maybe they trade with Minnesota. We'll see. The difference on O-line picks is Cole Popovich, but I don't get why we can't draft a tight end who has already been a good tight end. I mean, Max Clare had a down year, but he was great at Purdue, which is why I kind of point to him. But yeah, I mean, there was a lot of tight ends. You could pick your poison, pick your flavor. And they chose this German dude, so. Wow, Kalen Black, running back out of Indiana. He's a sleeper pick. He's a good running back. Kalen Black out of Indiana. Kalen. I did not expect him to go round 3. I was expecting to see running backs in the 4th round, but the 49ers take Kalen Black out of Indiana. Was in kind of a timeshare there in Indiana. Got a lot of tread on the tire. Speedy, quick receiver with good vision. I did not think he was going to go in front of Emmett Johnson or Seth McGowan. Probably would have taken him over Mike Washington, but I'm super low on Mike Washington. Interesting. I have to say that, as War Daddy points out, the nicknames are kind of elite for this draft class, right? Because we've got Big Red, and we've got Big Mac, or also known as McPounder. McPounder / Big Mac, and McPounder / Big Mac, and Big Red. Sorry, I'm watching the Rockets game. I'm hoping it went to overtime and that we didn't just lose. Yeah, we went to overtime. This team is so bad. Get Ime the F out of there, dude. Dude, LeBron barely missed the 3. It's actually crazy. LeBron barely missed the 3. We're going into overtime. The Lakers are 1-0 in overtime this season. The Rockets are 1-7. My God, dude. Insane to me. At least I'll be able to watch this during the last tail end of the draft, or of this day of the draft. Rockets are starting overtime 101-101 against the Lakers. It's actually insane. 5 more minutes. Şengün drawing charges. I like it. And Big Reach at tight end. That's funny. What if his nickname just became Big Reach? Hey, Big Reach. What's up, Big Reach? That's terrible, man. That's pretty funny. Big Reach. Jump ball. All right, I need the Texans to trade back in so I can have something to think about besides Klein. Please don't let me fall asleep to Klein. Please don't let me fall asleep to Klein being the last pick. Come on. Okay, the Raiders pick is in, so seems like they'll be selecting Mendoza, Stukes, and Crawford. So this could have been the Texans pick, by the way. So we have to think about that. The Texans had 91, and then they traded it again. So whoever gets selected here could have been on the Texans. Obviously, anyone who wasn't selected as well. See who the Raiders take. They've got a good draft class so far. I mean, obviously Mendoza, Stukes. Rockets down by 3, bro. They're really about to lose. This is insane. All right, Raiders are picking. Wow, Trezun III out of A&M. Center out of A&M goes? He said guard. It says center on the graphic. Wow, over Connor Lew? We're that scared of Connor Lew's ACL, man? I don't know about all that, dude. I don't know if I would have taken this guy. Sam Heck's still on the board. Sam Hecht and Connor Lew are still on the board. I'm shocked. If you would have told me that Connor Lew was going to be the fourth center taken, I would have looked at you crazy. So that's interesting. Rockets down by 2, 3 minutes left. Şengün has 31. 14 for 28. Cowboys pick is in. Still no trades. And they score 107-103 Lakers. Wow. Barham goes. Barham goes in the third. What edges are left, man? What edges are left? Derek Moore went. Dennis Sutton didn't. LT Overton. Anthony Lucas. Tyreek Sapp. Still some out there. Rockets down by 2. 2 minutes left. Can they get this game back? Şengün with 33 now. Reed's got the ball, bringing it up. Dude, it's getting so scrappy. Minute 18 left, down by 2. Rams pick is in. Doesn't look like the trade-up's happening. Is Minnesota really about to pick back-to-back? Surely they'll trade back, right? I mean, Houston picks what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th in round 4. So there's that. Keegan Trost, tackle out of Missouri. Was not on my board. Not on my board at all. So interesting how these offensive lineman rankings just get all mixed together. Or not mixed together, just mixed up. Got a jump ball, 118 left, down by 2. Rockets need it, to say the least. Goes to the Rams. Miami's up next, then New England, Seattle, and then Minnesota, Pittsburgh, and Jacksonville. Miami's pick is in. No trade. We're running out of picks to trade in, but that's okay. Going back to commercial. We'll see if they trade in. I probably doubt it, but I mean, they're picking 5 spots into the 4th, so we'll see. Rockets down by 2, 7 on the shot clock. They trap LeBron. Smart gets it back, gives it to LeBron, shoots the 3, misses. Wow. I don't know if that was a foul. Oh, he's going to get free throws. Makes the first, down by 3. The Rockets are so shit. It's not even funny. They need to completely blow up that roster. Unreal. Unreal you lose without Luka and Austin Reeves. Unreal. Down by 4, 52 seconds left. You need a score and a stop and a score. Something the Rockets are probably incapable of doing, but we'll see. Amen directing at the top. Give it to Şengün, please. Oh, Tari, you got to shoot the fucking 3, dude. Yeah, you knew Jabari was going to miss that. Wow, Smart got a tech. He punched Amen in the face. Down by 4. Amen's going to get free throw, and we get the possession. So that gives them hope at least. I can't believe Marcus Smart punched him in the face. That's insane. What are you doing, Smart? You literally just hold on to the ball and you're fine. Oh, he barely touched him. He barely touched him. That's crazy. Probably review it. All right, Miami's pick. Then we got New England, Pittsburgh, 2 Minnesota picks, Seattle, and then we'll end on a Jacksonville. Reed, you got to make the free throw. Reed Shepard misses the free throw. You absolute bum. Why are you on the court? Still down by 4. Absolutely insane. Absolute insanity. Called a double tech? What the fudge? Unreal. Dolphins select Chris Bell. Chris Bell finally goes. Dolphins finally willing to roll the dice at the end of the 3rd round on Chris Bell. He's a fun receiver. He's so athletic. Just think the injuries really brought him down. All right, running out of room. New England, Pittsburgh, 2 Minnesota picks, Seattle and Jacksonville. For Nick Caserio, I mean, you got to feel pretty good. Like, you have a lot of capital going into day 3. You've got 2 4th-round picks and the best 5th-round pick you could possibly get. So, see what happens here. I'm just intrigued on the 2 Minnesota picks. That's what's kind of making me wonder. New England's pick's already in. Don't want to spoil it. See if we can get this New England pick real quick. Rockets need 2 threes. Unreal. They need 2 threes in 35 seconds. So they need a quick 3 and then a turnover. Quick 3 or a miss. It's actually absurd how bad this Rockets team is. It's not funny. Reed hit the first 3. They need a turnover. Almost got it, too. Oh, my God, he got fouled. It's brutal. All right, dude, tell us the pick, man.
The greatest organization select Eli Raradon. Tight end, Notre Dame.
Eli Raradon goes from Notre Dame. That's a good tight end. I mean, I actually had him on my board. Had Eli Raradon on my board before this Klein guy. So that's good. Good for them. Pittsburgh, 2 Minnesota picks, Seattle, and then Jacksonville. Rockets looking for one more chance. And the Rockets lose. Rockets are going to lose. They're going to go to 3-0 in the series. Unreal. Steelers on the board. Let's see their selection. Oh, Jennings Dunker. Jennings Dunker goes. I apologize to Mr. War Actual. Jennings Dunker goes to the Steelers. I know that's heartbreaking. So really no other selection. I mean, Elijah Surratt still being on the board is kind of crazy to me. Does Houston trade up, sneak into the back of the third? I don't know. Send a seventh out there. Send a seventh out there and get going. Yeah, he probably will be very good in Pittsburgh. Moved into guard, obviously. Got a wrestling background. Fun player. I'm good on the guard picks now that we have Rutledge. Also, the reason he's a guard, it's not because of size, it's not because of arm length. It's literally because he's just not a good tackle. So there's that. But they're showing him throwing piles of hay in a red plaid t-shirt. Yeah, by the way, all these Rockets players that look absolutely defeated, they should be. Because this team sucks. Go figure it out in the offseason. Unreal. They're going to be 0-3 against a Rockets team. Or excuse me, against a Lakers team that has no Luka, no Austin Reeves. Yes, we're missing Durant, but I mean, come on. This is pitiful. They're missing both of their leading scorers. Minnesota has made their first selection at 97. Let's see who they select, and let's see if they trade back from the second selection. You would think they would. Oh, we got to go to ad break, of course. So 2 Vikings picks, 97 and 98, then a Seahawks pick at 99, and then the Jags pick at 100. So we'll see what happens. We need to be looking to trade with the Giants for Thibodeau or call Barnett tonight. Yeah, if you're looking for like an impactful edge defender, I mean, they're out there, but yeah, it's picked through to say the least. Did Joshua Josephs go yet? Joshua Josephs is still out there. Dennis Sutton. LT Overton, I believe. Anthony Lucas. Mikhail Kamara. Tyreek Sapp. Wouldn't consider any of those other guys. I mean, the D-line's solid, man. The D-line's going to be good. I think they can work it out. I think they can figure it out. I don't know what Thibodeau's contract looks like. I don't even know if they could pay him, be in that market. I really am curious to see this Minnesota pick, and then we can figure out if they're actually picking or not at 98. I assume they are, but it's always fun to hope. Hope the Texans do something amazing. Okay, if the Lakers literally just don't foul this 3, they win. So it's actually kind of funny. And the Rockets lose in overtime. I'm not even upset. Yeah, I'm literally not even upset. I'm just disappointed. Just disappointed. Rockets lose to the Lakers for the third game in a row. Series is wraps. Overall grade on the Texans draft right now, I would give it literally would have given it an A. And with the Marlon Klein pick, I feel like I have to go. I almost said B minus. Is that too low? I mean, it's a second round pick, but you get one of the best D tackles in the class. Supposedly, you get the best center. Like B minus, B plus. I'd have to think about it more, but I mean, it would have been an A. The Klein pick obviously lowers it. Vikings take Caleb Tiernan. So there's another developmental tackle that goes off the board. I like that pick at 97. That's solid. That's a solid pick. 3 more picks left in the third round. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to give it an A+ when you have to trade up for Rutledge. Can't really give it lower than an A because you got McDonald at 36. And then the Klein thing kind of threw a wrench into everything. But tight ends are hard to evaluate. Teams are so particular about what tight end they want. So if you're going to be really far from consensus, it would probably be on tight end, honestly. So it makes sense. I mean, you hardly see teams reach on a tackle. Most of these tackles we know. Wow, they picked back-to-back. Interesting. Yeah, I think we had one of the best free agencies in the league, genuinely. I think if you think our free agency is worse than an A-, you're insane because they added 2 offensive linemen. They paid their guys. They got David Montgomery. I loved what they did in free agency. Safety Jacoby Thomas goes out of Miami. So we've got Seattle, and we'll end with a divisional rival, Jacksonville, at the 100th overall pick. Shout out to everyone who's been in this stream for this long, man. Y'all are the best. Really appreciate it. Appreciate all the support. Not going anywhere yet. Got 2 picks. Seattle, the reigning Super Bowl champions, and Jacksonville. And then we pick very early tomorrow at noon. I will be live streaming day 3 as well. That's going to be a long live stream. I need to actually eat. But that's going to be a fun time, man. Houston picks early in that. I'm excited to see what we do. The pick is in for Seattle.
Julian Neal, DB, Arkansas. Let's go, 12s. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of corners went off. I'm not super high on Neal, though. Wow, they really won't draft McCoy. It's actually crazy how they won't draft McCoy. They don't want him to touch the field. It's insane. Is the knee really that bad? Yeah. That's what I read. I remember degenerative knee condition where they're going to have to put a bone plug in his knee to fix his ACL. So they're worried that it's terrible ROI. I mean, at what point, do we look past that though and take him in the 5th round or 4th round? All right, to round off day 2, pick 100, the Jacksonville Jaguars. They picked Pregnon and the tight end out of A&M, the last pick.
The 100th pick in 2026 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Jalen Husky, defensive back from Maryland.
Well, we just talked about Thomas.
Does nothing for me, honestly. Does nothing for me. Yeah, I'm not worried about that. Honestly, I'm not worried about that. Well, everyone, thank you all for tuning into the stream. If you made it this far, I really appreciate all the support. We're 4 hours and 20 minutes deep. And it was a great time, man. It was fun. Texans only had 3 picks. Or excuse me, they only had 2 picks in that time. One was amazing, and one was very Texans-like. And that's kind of what you come to expect. So stay on the lookout for more content. As always, I appreciate all of the support. Shout out to the chat for making this all wonderful to interact with, and all your comments as well. I will see you guys tomorrow at noon to do day 3, the last day of the draft. Yeah, guys, I will see y'all in the next